the villain they unveil. From racism, patriarchy, they rail. Ain't no one, ain't nothing, and brave they prevail. Ushering in their Marxist utopias, the end game. The turmoil and strife they aim to overthrow the old, establish their claim. With the vision they abolish everything. They need capitalism for the pain of clever lies. Gain power, stabilize, capitalism into the Marxist utopia. That's what they want, that's what they want. Abolish capitalism. These are the four rules of the woke. Better actions, words they invoke. From pushing and playing the Marxist dreams in the dance of power, the scheme and scheme. In every move, search and the themes. Remember, nothing's ever as it seems.
Well, hello, everyone. Happy Friday. We did it. We made it through another week. And now it's time for happy hour. An Orthodox boomer grandma was asking for a link to this song. Actually, you can listen to it on Spotify if you really want to. That's a song I created using AI music. And I know I keep forgetting to upload the other capitalism song, but there are actually two. Just search Spotify, or this is on Apple Music as well, for Unwoke Underground. This is kind of like my subversive little it's my subversive little project. We're not going to talk about that, okay? But I am messing around with AI music just for fun. You know, there is like a hypnotic quality to music that it will teach you concepts that get in your head and they will stay there. And so that's why I'm messing around with it. People can poo-poo AI music all they want. It's actually pretty great. And AI music is only going to get better. We're only going to be doing more stuff with it. And so I think it's great. I've got a couple other AI songs. I'd like to make more AI songs. If you have ideas for AI songs that can teach people concepts about the left, let's hear them. Because again, like, people might think it's cheesy, and it is a little cheesy. It is. But this is how people remember things. They get catchy things stuck in their head and they can't get them out of it. And that's how we're going to teach people. We are going to teach people by using simple means to get in their heads and teach them the things they need to know. So you can find those things on Spotify. Just look up Unwoke Underground. It'll bring up the music on there. But that's not here what we are here to talk about today. On Fridays, per tradition, we watch a woke training from start to finish. And we talk about it, and we break it down, and we learn what's going on in the world, and we drink. And I do have 4 beers that are sitting in my little cooler down there just waiting for it. You guys are going to get a chance to vote on which beer I drink first. But in the meantime, can everyone please mount the like button for me? I don't think notifications went out for this stream or something, because the number of people watching right now is really, really, really low. I know it's Friday, and Fridays tend to be a little iffy about whether or not people actually show up, but there's a shocking disparity between the number of people who are watching right now and the number of people who've mounted that like button. So can we get those like numbers up so we can get the stream and people's notifications, so we can get more people here? Because we do actually have a very important stream today. This is courtesy of our favorite person, Stu Studio. Stu Studio is an incomparable independent journalist who is covering the far left. He does what I do. He goes into presentations and he finds them and he records them. And I just think it is awesome that there's someone else doing this, because for the longest time, I was literally the only person on the internet doing this consistently that I knew about. Other people would do it here and there, but like I was the only person going in all the time, recording these trainings, putting them up on the internet, talking about them, breaking them down. And then Stu Studio showed up and he started doing it too. And I don't know if he even heard of me or anything like that, or if he was just inspired to do it on his own. And it doesn't really matter because he is doing great work. He's doing incomparable work. He's doing the hard work that most people don't want to do because it's boring and it's time consuming. He goes in, he watches these trainings, he records them, he breaks them down, he shows them to the world. I cannot recommend him highly enough. He's done several threads on the presentation we're going to watch today. I'm really excited about it. It's called Student Intifada. Now, I know people in my chat know what Intifada means. Does everyone know what Intifada means? Pop quiz for the chat. What does Intifada mean? Pop quiz. Let's see. I know you guys know this one. I've asked this one 1,000,001 times. What does Intifada mean? You never know why there might be new people when there might be new people, though. You just never know. We always have to do our best to bring new people along. Intifada means worldwide socialist revolution. Global socialist revival. That's a great way to put it. Global uprising of socialism. Yep. It's not just a word for uprising. No. It is very, very specific. And I'll show you how we know this. Let's go over to my Substack. We'll just take a quick look. Let's go over to my Substack. I just need to set up the sound so we can actually hear it. And what you want to do is go to Video Vault. Video Vault is where you're going to find all these different video clips of socialists explaining what they actually mean by things. And hang on, it's got to find it. You know, I don't cough at all until I go live. And then my body's like, cough, Carlin, cough. You haven't coughed all day. And then you go live on the internet and your body's like, nope, you're going to cough now. Jesus. All right, let's find it. Here it is. What Intifada means and how we know this is I had two leaders from the Revolutionary Communists of America on my channel back in April. And part of the reasons I want to talk to communists is I want them to teach us stuff. I want communists to teach us what they believe. And I don't want to do gotcha moments. I don't want to do, things where I'm setting them up in some sort of trap. I literally just want them to tell us what they believe. And wouldn't you know it, but the communists were very, very, very clear about what they believe Intifada means. Let's listen.
But if you're respectful at that meeting, of course, nobody's going to kick you out. Just
cool. Fair enough. Well, I'll look forward to that.
But I warn you, being surrounded by hundreds of communists, you might just get convinced. You might pick up a copy. You might pick up the latest copy of the communist newspaper and read through it and decide that you actually are in favor of a worldwide intifada, by which we mean a worldwide socialist revolution that would lay the foundations for communism for our kids and our grandkids.
A worldwide socialist revolution that will lay the foundations of communism for our kids and our grandkids. So what this means, guys, is that every single time some conservative influencer tries to convince you that Intifada is anti-Semitic, that Intifada has anything to do with the Jews, you have to know that they don't understand the left. Because Intifada has nothing to do with Jews. It has nothing to do with Israel. It has nothing to do with any of that. It means worldwide socialist revolution. And when the left is using that term, that's what they mean. The reason people are saying that it applies to the Jews and it applies to Israel is the way in which this term got inserted into the cultural zeitgeist is, of course, because of the conflict in the Middle East. But people have to know that the left doesn't hate Israel because they're Jewish. The left doesn't like Israel because they are the settler colonists who colonized the land from the indigenous people, the Palestinians, and the left believes the Palestinians are engaging in a glorious uprising, a revolution, a decolonization in which they are taking back their land. Has nothing to do with being Jewish, has nothing to do with being Muslim, has nothing to do with genociding the Jews, has nothing to do with any of that. The left believes this because the left is looking at this as an oppressor-oppressed narrative. And the same is true for the student protesters. So when the student protesters are using the term Intifada, they mean a worldwide socialist revolution. And so I'm really well, I mean, but that doesn't matter for the purposes here. I mean, what the left would argue, and I'm not disputing what you're saying, but like what the left would argue is that the Israelis are symbolic of capitalism, and they inherently think capitalism is responsible for all death and destruction. I have a clip on my desktop that I'm waiting to publish right now where we literally saw this in Socialism Saturday this past week. They were talking about how capitalism is literally a death machine. So they believe that capitalism is just as dangerous as any one identity group of people, you know? You like that space I did last night? I thought that was really good. Thank you, Yasmin. So we're going to be watching this student Intifada presentation today. It is about 2 hours long, so we are going to be here a long time. This was uploaded to YouTube August 13th, but I think Stu recorded this back in June, I'm pretty sure. Yup, June 13th is when he recorded it. Thousands of students across the country, I think, took a militant stand against the United States Israeli genocide in Gaza. Through the encampment movement this spring, electrifying the nation and adding strength to the mass movement in solidarity is communist, with Palestine. Join us for this upcoming Freedom Road Socialist Organization. Freedom Road Socialist Organization is one of the groups that's protesting the DNC. They were also with the RNC, so we've heard from them before. To hear reports from student leaders of the encampment movement on their experiences and lessons from this powerful episode in the fight to free Palestine. Speakers include people from University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee, Students for a Democratic Society. Denver Students for a Democratic Society. Tulane Students for Democratic Society. I think that's University of Minnesota, and Cal Poly Humboldt. Now, Cal Poly Humboldt became really famous in the student protests because they were the first student organization to decolonize an entire building. So the students at Columbia were not the first students to take over a building. They were just the ones that got the most press because it happened to happen on a night when, you know, everyone, they were basically raiding the campus or no, actually, no, it didn't. I'm wrong about that. They raided the campus the following night. However, Columbia wasn't actually the first group of students to take over a building. It was the Cal Poly Humboldt students that were the first to take over a building. And what happened when they took it over is they wrote this manual for how to do it. They put it up on anarchist websites. They communicated it out to all these other student encampment groups to say, look what we did, learn from what we did. This is how the left communicates with each other. This is how they help each other, support each other. This is why they're able to operate a completely decentralized revolution. Got our first super chat from Naruto. I still think we need an AI song on Moms for Liberty and other conservative grifting organizations. You know, I don't want to do that, honestly, Naruto. I don't want to do that. I think it's a waste of energy, if I'm honest. Listen, I definitely have a song about James Lindsay, and I don't regret that, but it's also just like, how much energy do I really want to give these people? The only reason I even really talk about James Lindsay anymore is he still consistently attacks me. He doesn't intellectually attack me. He just makes character assassination attempts. And so I do have to defend myself. But if I'm honest, like, if we're going to take the time to write a song about something, I want it to be a song that can actually teach people something and articulate a good point rather than something that I'm just doing to be uppity, to be honest. So that's kind of my opinion on that. Hey, I do appreciate the super chat goal. That gets us $5 of the way to our goal. Guys, I do want to do a $100 super chat goal per stream. What that does is it helps it make it feasible for me to spend so much time streaming with you guys. If you appreciate the work I'm doing in terms of spending this much time with you, we're going to be on this stream a long time today. This is a 2-hour presentation, and we're going to be stopping, and we're going to be breaking it down, and we're going to be answering questions, things like that. That requires a lot of time. Time is money. And so if 20 of you appreciate what I'm doing enough to send in $5 in the course of the stream, we will meet that goal, and I would really appreciate it. All right, before we get started, couple other orders of business. Let's see. Oh, by the way, programming note. Next week, I will be covering the DNC. What that means is we are going to have to cancel our Monday supporter Zoom call again. I know, I'm so sorry. I think this is like 3 weeks in a row, but this is not intentional. I don't intend to keep canceling our supporter call. The thing of it is just like there's stuff going on that's just time sensitive, and it happens to be happening on Monday evenings. Okay, so I am sorry. I apologize. I do want to remind all supporters you can always meet in the supporter Discord, but we have to cover the DNC. We have to. It's going to be so cringe, and there's going to be so much protest stuff going on, and it's going to be cringe. And did you know that Kamala's campaign staff has the ability to select fair pronouns? And Jeffrey Marsh is going to be speaking at the DNC. We have to cover it. We don't have a choice. This only happens once every 4 years. I have a professional obligation to do this. And if I have to suffer, so do all of you. So we're covering the DNC. I promise you, Monday supporter calls will resume the week after the DNC unless some other emergency happens. But that is my goal. Hey, we've already got some more super chats. Honest Doug Allison, thank you for the super sticker. Mad Hatter, here you go, Carlin. Thank you for what you do. Hey, I do appreciate that, guys. Look at that. All right, like $35 away to our goal. Hey, I appreciate you guys. So I hope people will join me for full coverage of the DNC. We have to do it, guys. It's going to be so much more entertaining than the RNC. We should put together some bingo cards. I can't wait. I think it's going to be great. Okay. The protests are going to be lit. They are expecting 30,000 people at least to descend just in the protests. It's going to be amazing. So that's what we're going to be doing next week. Also, I wanted to mention this. Okay. Someone sent in a super chat to Nick Fuentes last night. And it's nice. I kind of wish it hadn't been worded like this, if I'm honest about it. But that's, listen. Okay, so I did make this clip, and I did say this on a stream where I was like, "Please, Nick, collaborate with me and let me complain about the Trump campaign with you. Can someone please send him a super chat and ask him to do this?" I didn't actually expect someone to send him a super chat, though. If I'm honest, but I didn't actually expect that to happen. But someone did. An intrepid Groiper did. Hey, Jay Coney, thank you for the $5 super sticker. I do appreciate you. Someone did. And hang on. I didn't actually get to see this last night because I had to leave Nick's show early to go do a Twitter space. Oh, side note. Before I even talk about this. So last night while I was watching Nick's show, I was alerted. Hey, Kasmar! See, we're going to meet the goal before I even get to the start of the presentation. Thank you, Kasmar. Appreciate you. So while I was watching Nick's show last night, I was alerted Jesus Christ, my throat. I was alerted in my DMs that there was a Twitter space going on about woke indoctrination in education. And so I looked in the Twitter space, and do you know who was in it? Lisa Logan, Logan Lansing, and Courage is a Habit, and Courage is a Habit's partner. All of those people are James Lindsay stans. So I saw this Twitter space. I couldn't help myself. Lisa Logan, who thinks that there is an Oprah, WEF, New Age, worldwide, Gnostic sex cult conspiracy theory. She's literally made videos talking about this. Logan Lansing, who wrote an entire book about queer theory in schools and didn't mention capitalism once, even though we know the origin of queer theory is about the annihilation of capitalism. No, Logan Lansing doesn't think people need to know that. And Courage is a Habit I've never actually had a problem with, except for the fact that Courage is a Habit's partner started shit-talking me the minute that I entered this space. So I didn't actually have a problem with Courage is a Habit. I have no issue with them, except that they started shit-talking me just for daring to enter the space. And so I saw this. I was like, I have to become a speaker. And so I left Nick's show early last night because I was like, this is an opportunity for tomfoolery and shenanigans. But I played it straight. I didn't go off on Lisa. Yes, this is exactly what happened. As soon as I started speaking, Lisa Logan and Logan Lansing stomp away. But I didn't even say anything about James. I didn't say anything about Lisa Logan. I didn't say anything about Logan Lansing. Literally, all I did was talk about the abolition of the gender binary and the attacks on parental rights and explaining to people how all this links together with far left radical revolutionary socialism. I was actually pretty pleased with my little impromptu presentation. I thought it was great. I got great feedback on it. But apparently, James Lindsay's supporters were so pissed off that I dared speak up in a Twitter space. And they were like, me, like posting shit online and like sending DMs back and forth to each other. And I was like, bro, you guys have got to chill the fuck out. Mad Hatter is a Gen Xer. I appreciate Nick has grown on me. Yeah, Nick will do that. So anyway, I bring that up because I didn't actually see this super chat when it came in because I was causing trouble in a Twitter space. I know that's very disloyal that I did not watch all of Nick's show, but sometimes I have other stuff to do, all right? I just want to say, so this person sent in a super chat. Hi, Nick. Will you please talk to Carlin on a space about MAGA and the Trump movement? She has good, smart criticisms because she has a PhD. Also, she told me if I was a good boy and got you to talk to her, she would give me a treat. Thanks. Okay. I bribe no one with a treat. Groypers like to tease me in the form of super chats. Groypers like to spread rumor in the form of super chats. I didn't bribe anyone to do this. I didn't say I'd give anyone a treat or rub anyone's belly or do any of that. But I guess Nick said, and again, I haven't actually seen it. I guess Nick said that he would bring me up in his next Twitter space. But like, I swear this is the God's honest truth. I swear. And I cannot even believe I'm saying this. I don't have anything to say to Nick right now. I just don't have anything to say to him right now. I had a lot to say to him last week before he launched the Groyper War. I was like, oh my God. It was one of those moments where I was like, can we just bitch and complain about how bad the Trump campaign is doing? Because I had lots of things to say about that. I really did. But then Nick actually started being productive and focusing. And I think Nick was complaining a lot too. And I was like, can we just complain together? And I think if Nick had done Twitter space at that time talking about criticisms of the Trump campaign, I would have had a lot more to say then. But I feel like Nick has now started being productive and focused. And I feel like a bitch session about like all the criticisms I have, I feel like it would be out of place, to be honest. I feel like I don't have anything to say right now that he doesn't know. I feel like I don't have anything to say right now that is really original. I'm not trying to cop out of this. Like, I would love to talk to Nick if I have something to say. I just don't know what to say right now. And so I don't know. And now I feel like I'd be disappointing people because like I know I did that clip where I was like, please, let's do this. But then the moment passed. And now I feel like it would be out of place. And so I'm conflicted. In my head, I'm conflicted. I don't want to be one of those people that just talks to hear myself talk. If I'm going to talk to him, I want it to be like a good use of like, I want it to actually be like a fruitful thing, not just talking to hear myself talk sort of thing. So I don't have anything to say. Maybe I'll think of something to say, but I don't know. I guess we'll see. The next time I end up in a Twitter space with him. We'll see if inspiration strikes. We'll see if he brings me up. But I do want to just appreciate the fact that Polish guy saw fit to send in a super chat. Thank you, Polish guy. I really do appreciate you. And no, I didn't bribe anyone with a treat. All right. Jesus Christ. Oh, I'm not supposed to blaspheme. Oh my God. Listen, Groypers. Okay, this is sincere. I really am trying to be better about the blaspheming, okay? It's not that I believe in that stuff. I'm not a Christian. I'm not a Catholic. But the Groypers really don't like blaspheming. And they yell at me every time I blaspheme. And I do it without thinking. And I'm sorry and I repent. And I really, really, really am I'm trying. I'm making an effort to not blaspheme. All right? So I apologize. My bad. Naruti says the RNC was DNC light. You got this. Yasmin had an idea. What about making a Groiper war song? I don't want to make a Groiper song. I want the Groipers to make Groiper songs. The Groipers are making so much stuff. Actually, I have a great thread that the Groipers helped me build out yesterday with all the cool stuff that they're doing, all the amazing edits. And I wanted to show it on the stream yesterday. I just didn't have time to do it. I do want to maybe do a separate stream. Maybe I'll even do it tonight. I don't know. Where we just look at some of the cool shit that the Groipers have made, because like one of the things that I think is so cool about the Groiper War is that they're churning out all this amazing content and they're doing it so quickly and it's good and it's compelling, and the Trump campaign is stupid if they don't want to harness this energy. So there's a lot of I don't need to make a Groiper song. The Groipers are doing all of it. Guys, I really mean this. I really think like I want to be an observer of the Groiper War. I want to help them and amplify them where I can. I want to say what I want to say. But the Groiper stuff needs to be left to the Groipers. Like, this is their movement. And I want to be really respectful of that. Like, I'm an old lady, man. I'm just hanging around. I'm just enjoying the show. But I really think that this is a movement that needs to be led by them. This is their time. This is their thing. They're going into Michigan and doing something subversive. And I'm just happy we get to sit here on the sidelines and cheer them on and, you know, help out where we can. But this is their thing. I'm going to let them take the lead. But hey, I do appreciate it. Let the young men lead. Let them have a thing. Let me add this super chat to the total. All right. What other orders of business do I have? Oh, yeah. Of course, we have to do beer as well. And if you want to support the work I'm doing, in addition to sending in super chats to support the stream, please head over to my Substack, Carlin, KARLYN.substack.com. Sign up for a membership, $8 a month, $80 a year. You get access to a variety of perks, to include Spy Stream. I've got some clips coming from that Spy Stream we did earlier this week. We got them on tape, having teachers talking about how they ask students what names and pronouns they use, and then they make sure the parents don't know the things that they shouldn't know. We also got them on tape talking about how they're teaching inclusive queer biology, like gender expansive fucking biology, which I knew existed. I never actually heard of someone admitting they teach it, though. So we do have those clips. You can see the full presentation now over on the Substack. Don't make me blaspheme, bot. I just said I was going to try not to blaspheme. Anyway, guys, I am 100% completely funded by you. I cannot do this stuff without you. So if you see fit to support the work I'm doing, head over to the Substack, sign up for a monthly membership, annual membership. It really does help me out. You can also head over to the Unwoke Art store and pick up some sweet, sweet merch, including the new anti-hero frog design inspired by the Groiper War, because I just think it's cool. It comes in a lot of cool colors. I normally don't do green, but check that out. That's just cool. Like that green on green, that looks great. I think the forest one looks great. I think navy looks great. I love neon green on navy. It looks awesome. I even like the olive one. I don't normally like this color. We've got some good military colors. Lots of cool stuff. Traditional black, of course, because everything pops on black. We've also got a whole bunch of other merch, including the 4 goals of the woke left design, which you heard the song when we started the stream. You can get that on t-shirts, hoodies, whatever. This is designed by the one, the only bot. If you need a reminder what the 4 goals of the woke left are on a cool zombie design, I got you hooked up, man. Got you hooked up. Carlin, just say bless your heart. Bless your heart. There we go. There we go. Anyway, guys, you can find lots of sweet merch over in the Unwoke Art store. I will be doing some DNC specials next week, just like we did RNC specials. I will be doing DNC specials, except they might be a little bit more subversive. They might be a little more uppity. I don't think the DNC audience is going to like my DNC specials as much as the RNC audience liked my Trump specials, if you catch my drift. So we're going to have some cool subversive merch in the store next week. If you guys have suggestions or ideas, I definitely have some ideas. I have some things I've been working on the side. But if you have some ideas about commentary on the Democrats, on woke culture, on leftist culture that are cool, that are subversive, let me know. Send me a DM. Reach out on Twitter, whatever you want to do. And I would really appreciate it. All right. Last thing. Let's talk about the beer. Hang on. Got to get my beer out of my fridge that's on my floor. There goes my keyboard. All right, we'll fix that later. All right, I have a tea. Okay, so for people who are new, what happens for happy hour is that I go to the craft beer store and I get 4 beers. And we've got an eclectic selection today. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell you guys about the beer. If you think you don't like beer, you just haven't found the right one yet, I strongly recommend people expand their beer options because there's so much good beer in the world. There's so much good beer and we can enjoy it. No, I did the Big Tech drama stream earlier because Big Tech admitted on video like a retard that he was recording our private conversations. I was like, bro, that's illegal in the state of California. So no, this is not going to be a Big Tech drama stream. I feel like I have beaten that dead horse, as it were. I have beaten that dead horse in exactly the same way that Big Tech beat his wife. That's all I have to say about that. You can go back and watch the stream from earlier. Anyway, we've got 4 beers here, and I've got it's like a tea theme today. We've got a tea theme for beers. Our first beer is a honeybee Kolsch style ale. Honey beer is one of my favorite types of beer of all time. I used to drink this beer from Sam Adams. It was like a small batch that they did. It was called Queen Bee. And it was really hard to find beer. And every time I found it, I would like stock up. I would get several bottles. And I swear to God, one of the biggest fights that Victor and I have ever gotten in is he got really drunk one night and he drank my honey beer. And I was like, you fucking asshole. Because I couldn't find it anywhere. And I was like, no, why are you drinking my private stash? And it made it worse too. Like, I don't mind Victor drinking my beer, but I at least want him to appreciate my beer when he's drinking it. It's like he just got drunk off of like Blue Moon or something, and then he wanted to keep drinking. And so he drank my special, hard to find, small batch beer. He didn't even appreciate it. That's really the problem I have. Not like my stuff is his stuff and his stuff is my stuff. But I just want there to be a level of consideration. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, so this is a honey beer that I have not had before. It is a Kolsch style ale. It is a local wildflower honey. It has a big old story on it. I'm not going to read the whole story. Where is this from? Oh, this is from Merrimack, New Hampshire, where I live. Let's see. Made with local wildflower honey from Beeline Asperies, Hudson, New Hampshire. Brewed in Merrimack. Live free or die. That's our first beer, our honey Kolsch. You drank your girlfriend's whiskey and she was really pissed at you. Have you guys ever had peanut butter whiskey? Have you ever had Screwball? That's the only whiskey I'll drink. It's so good though. Oh my God. That is the best whiskey. That's another thing though. I bought a bunch of Screwball one time. I put it in the freezer. Victor drank half of it. I was like, ugh, always drinking my stuff. Always drinking my stuff. Okay, our next beer is going to be a white ale. And actually, I love the can. You guys know I'm a collector of beer cans that I like. I have a whole stash. I have a whole wall of them over there. And this is kind of cool and artsy, right? I used to drink white ales quite a bit. I haven't had a white ale in a long time, but I wanted to try this one. This is from, where's it from? Rockport. So is it a Massachusetts beer? Must be, yep, Massachusetts beer. And this is a white ale with lemon peel, coriander, and chamomile. It's like a tea beer. So I don't know how this is going to go, but that's what we have, a white ale with chamomile. Next up. This is another one. I thought the can was cool. It's called Stay Out of Malibu. And it's from Aurora Brewing Company. Where is that based out of? It's very hard to read can. New York. Communist beer. That's all right. But this is what got my attention about it. It's a Berliner Weiss, so it's going to be light. A Kolsch is going to be light. A Berliner Weiss style ale with milk sugar, cardamom, Earl Grey tea. I love Earl Grey tea. And pomegranate. So we're going to call this the Earl Grey tea beer. I know it has pomegranate in it too and cardamom, but like, what's that even going to taste like? That's going to be our Earl Grey tea beer. And then our last one is a little different. This is from one of my staples, Pipe Dream Brewing. They're out of Londonderry, New Hampshire. I really, for all intents and purposes, should be sponsored by Pipe Dream Brewing. I really should reach out to them and be like, I drink your beer on my stream all the time. I talk about it. Can you just send me free beer? That's all I'm asking for. They do a lot of great beers, always have different flavors, always doing something cool. And this is an ice cream beer that tastes like rainbow sherbet, allegedly. I don't think I've had this one before. I may have had it once. These are all like your kind of like basic level beers. They're going to be between like 5 and 6%. I don't have any Imperials today, I don't think. That one's 5%. That one, I can't find it. I think these are all basically 5 to 6%. So no big beers today. Sometimes I do Imperials, but just I'm not doing it right now. All right, so we're voting in the chat. Let me put the poll in. Again, we've got our honey kolsch. We've got our white ale with chamomile. This is going to be great for my throat today. We've got our Earl Grey tea sour. And we've got our ice cream beer. Let me know which beer you want me to drink first. And in the meantime, I will get our sound set up. Yeah, if I'm drinking an Imperial, so a really good Imperial to get right now is Southern Tier Pumpkin. Southern Tier Pumpkin, all the pumpkin beers are starting to come out for fall. I know people say it's too early for pumpkin beers, but that's just the timeline when beers come out. It's like, it does kind of suck. I wish they came out later. But Southern Tier Pumpkin is one of the greatest beers you're ever going to have. I think it's more like 8%, but it tastes just like pumpkin pie. So good. All right. Let me see how the poll's doing. Oh, we've got a tie. Everyone get their votes in. It's tied right now. Every vote counts. Guys, please, after you voted, please do make sure you mount the like button for me. Mounting the like button lets YouTube know to actually recommend my content to more people. I don't know if I'm much of a hipster. Listen, man, I grew up in Vermont. And Vermont was one of the first places where craft brewing really took off. And so, like, after I graduated from Boston University, I went to the same school Nick did, except I did actually graduate. No shade on him, but I did actually make it all 4 years. But it was much better when I was there. It was actually much more conservative. I went home to Vermont, and there were all these like craft breweries that started popping up, and I just got really into craft beer. That's it. 'Cause it's good. Craft beer is good. All right, guys, last chance to vote. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Honey kolsch. The honey kolsch. I would not have guessed that. Honey kolsch for Honey the dog. Yes, my dog's name is Honey. Honey RoboCop Poncho Tequila. She does indeed answer to both Honey and to RoboCop, which makes it really fun for the vet, I'll tell you that. I really should have just named Honey RoboCop. That would have been the greatest dog name ever. Anyway, guys, that looks thick and beautiful. Cheers, everyone. Happy Friday. Oh, this does smell like honey. Delightful. All right, finally, at long last, we are getting into our presentation. We are watching Student Intifada, reports from encampment leaders. Thank you again to Stu Studio for documenting this. Everyone should go and follow him. Let's see what happened.
So thanks everyone for being on. I'll be your host for tonight. My name is Chris Licarpio. I am the student commission leader of the Freedom Road Socialist or chair of the Freedom Road Socialist organization. And then co-hosting this event with me is Andy Koch, who is our Freedom Road Socialist organization organizer, staff organizer. And we have 5 speakers ready for you here today to report back from campuses across the United States who have built encampments for Gaza. So before we go into our incredible speakers who have done so much in what looks like a brief amount of time, but actually they've been organizing for a while now, it'll be good to iterate the demands of kind of what this movement was about and what everyone came onto campus for. The people of Palestine who have been oppressed by the US-backed Zionist forces of Israel are in the middle of a revolution, a fight for national liberation, for their lives, for their land, for their people. They're using whatever means they have at their disposal to free their whole people from the river to the sea, as people on this call hopefully chanted at some point in the spring. This meant students walking out of schools, Palestinian workers refusing to work for their Zionist employers, a multifaceted resistance waving.
I just want to point out that they've already specifically noted that they view the Palestinians in a glorious revolution, a glorious uprising to decolonize their land, which means overcoming the oppressive force of capitalism.
Brave struggle, a brave fight against
what do her earrings say? I believe it says Freedom Road Socialist Organization. So Freedom Road Socialist Organization is the organization that's sponsoring this webinar. They're also one of the organizations that's going to be organizing protests outside the DNC. They also organized outside the RNC.
Israeli occupation forces, even as massacres continue, refusing to give ground, preventing the Israelis from achieving any of their goals. And the FRSO stands in full solidarity with this movement and has for a very long time. And a lot of the student organizers who are on this call stand in solidarity with that movement too. In fact, much of the revolutionary movements today, including the FRSO, we owe a lot of our origins to students rising up against U.S. imperialism in other struggles, like when the Vietnamese waged a war and won, and they also withstood massacres, they withstood entire buildings getting leveled. And it was another case where much of the American people stood in solidarity, but it took a lot of young people, and not just young people, but a lot of young people making business stop and, ending the status quo to make that happen and to deliver a message. We have a shared enemy with these national liberation movements, the billionaires of our country, Wall Street, who enable and devise these wars, and we can our movements can strengthen one another.
We have a shared enemy with these movements. That is the billionaire class. That means capitalism, guys. Capitalism is their shared enemy. And this is why you're seeing people say queers for Palestine. I feel like I've explained this 1,000,001 times, but queers for Palestine just means that queer people who are a far left political ideology, has nothing to do with being gay, nothing to do with being trans, are standing in solidarity with the glorious revolution against capitalism that they believe the Palestinians are engaged in. So that's what that means. And she just basically said the same thing. Hey, Stu Studio. I'm making some clips for tomorrow's story, which also features Freedom Road Socialist Organization and their call regarding the DNC. I'll be dropping them in periodically. Hey, Stu, just so you know, we went inside one the Code Pink organizing call. I know you got the first one. We went inside their one the other day, and now we're in their secret signal group that they're using to communicate with each other. There are a bunch of people that got into that signal group. So I don't know if there was nothing really like earth-shattering in the organizing call they did the other day, except that they said 40,000 people are going to show up, but we'll let you know if anything fun comes out of their signal group that a bunch of us managed to get into. But really great work as always. You're doing the Lord's work, Stu. We love you. We're glad to feature your stuff anytime. Thanks so much for what you do.
A blow against Israel teaches the people in the United States a lot. And if the people of the United States can stand up against Wall Street, the funders and creators of Israel, that is the best thing that we can do for the people abroad. The encampment movement for Gaza, the people who led it and who did it will waste no time in telling you that the police and universities did whatever they could to crush the movement, right? They knew how powerful it could become, but their mistake was not knowing that the more they crushed us, the stronger we could be. And every blow they struck at us, we would return 10 times as strong. So tonight you'll hear about the movement to divest and disclose, young people trying to get their schools to end study abroad programs with Israeli institutions, and the funneling of students to Lockheed Martin, Boeing, and weapons manufacturers companies, and its divestments in entities investing in Israel. And you'll hear about building occupations, encampment movements, even now the defense work that people are doing to reinstate students at the schools who were suspended, kicked off campus, to get charges dropped. At the University of South Florida, where I worked and where Tampa Bay SDS is, there was a student who was actually expelled and is still willing to fight for Palestine. And now even an international student who was suspended and is likely to be deported. But that's not stopping anyone from organizing. As people heard, we will not stop, we will not rest until these schools divest, until all U.S. aid stops to Israel and the people of Palestine are free. So
everyone knows what divestment means, right? That's every time they say the BDS movement. No, they're not saying BDSM. They're saying BDS. Boycott, sanction, divest. That is always the demands of the student protesters when it comes to Palestine. Boycott, sanction, divest. Boycott Israel, sanction Israel, divest from Israel, stop sending Israel money. And they're specifically targeting their universities because they want their universities to completely pull out of Israel, not send them any money, not set up campuses there, not invest in Israeli companies, things like that. Exactly.
I also want to say, too, that as such, we are going to be marching on both the Republican National Convention this summer and the Democratic National Convention this summer. The March on the RNC that we're attending is on July 15th. March on the DNC is going to be August 19th, and then also again on the 22nd. We're going to make our demands loud and clear. And we have actually speakers on this call tonight who represent the Coalition to March on the RNC, as that one is right around the corner, and they're going to tell us concretely what we can do. On June 24th, actually, the Coalition to March on the RNC is going to host All Out for the March on the RNC, which is an online report and online mobilization, so we can plan how to go in a real way. And we want to bring all whom we can bring to turn our ideas into action, and that one is right around the corner. So without further ado, I will bring it over next to our student speakers. And we will start with Rick Toledo from Cal Poly Humboldt, Students for a Democratic Society.
Remember, this is the school where the students took over a building, and then they wrote a whole after action report about how to take over a building that was sent out to all the other student protest groups.
Who, along with others, took a building on their campus,
Ding.
The administration building. Go ahead, Rick.
Hey, all. First off, I just want to say I'm honored to be here. Thank you all for coming. I really appreciate it. I guess the first thing I can talk about is just why we did it. We kind of saw what was happening at Columbia and a lot of other universities, and we had students wanting to do something similarly on our campus. Unlike a lot of other occupations or encampments, ours was a little different in that there wasn't like a leading organization. There were just a lot of students that were concerned and wanted to take action. So we had an emergency meeting, and we had students that weren't part of any organization. We had students from various...
They don't always look like baristas. Most of the time, they look completely normal. You would not be able to identify them if they were walking down the street.
Organizations on campus and even community members coming together and discussing how we could take action. In our case, we decided it was best to have a sit-in and occupy the admin building. We were the first campus to actually occupy a building in the movement. And we are also a state school. And I believe we were one of the first state schools, if not the first, to enter the movement as well, which was pretty cool. We take a lot of pride in that.
Well, they also took over a building and organized a weeks-long protest and made national news several times over and taught other student groups how to do the same thing. So you might want to dismiss them by saying he looks like he can make a mean latte. But the fact of the matter is he's out there doing more than you are. So maybe we could, stop owning the libs and actually listen to them and figure out what they're doing and how they're doing it. And maybe, I don't know, figure out ways to stop them and fight back against them instead of just dunking on the libs. No, they're not actually going to deport him, but You're making shit up there. We have jobs! We have jobs! Conservatives are the only ones with jobs! We're the only ones with jobs! No one else has jobs but conservatives! We have jobs! They don't have jobs! We're the only ones with jobs! Do you really think anyone buys that bullshit anymore, dude? Do you really? Can I get a round of we have jobs in the chat? Can I get just like everyone? We have jobs! We can't do everything because we have jobs! Yeah, it's been a minute since someone actually dared to unironically say we have jobs in my chat. It's been a minute. Yup, conservatives, no one else has jobs but you. You are the only people in the world with jobs. Sure. Yup. Okay. Yes, you are, because you're using conservative talking points. We know, we know. Bro, we know. We know. Trust us, we know. Mm-hmm.
And we initially had planned for a sit-in, but when we got there and we started to actually have students move in, there was a fast police response. And as the police escalated and started to commit violence against students, barriers were erected, more defensive measures were taken. And I think for a lot of other encampments and even occupations, maybe they had a solid plan first. This was a little less organized, and we had to really come together as we went and find ways to uphold these barriers and to prevent the police from taking our people. A big part of what made it successful was actually that we had support from the community. We put out calls to the wider community, and they showed up in force. We ended up having people just encircle the police, just well over at least hundreds of people, maybe 1,000 people. It was a lot. And by encircling them and creating a defensive perimeter, we were able to kind of push back. And ultimately, the faculty came together as well after we had been resisting the police for about...
Bro. You're a professional skateboarder, and you have the gall to make fun of someone else's job? You have the gall to make... You know that baristas actually probably work harder than you do, right? You know that that's actually probably a harder job than being a professional skateboarder. Don't ever come in here again and make fun of someone else's job when you're a fucking skateboarder.
I don't know, maybe 6 or 7 hours. Faculty came through and pressured the administration to call off the police, and eventually they caved and did, and we ended up holding the administration building for about 8 days in total. During that time, we pushed for certain demands. The main thing that we were trying to do was get them to disclose ties to Israel, whether it be financial or academic, and then to divest from that and break away from Israel. During that period, we had meetings with the administration. We pressured them to do that. We got some stuff shown to us that they were invested in. It wasn't too much. It was maybe like $1 million. But because of that, we said, well, if it's only $1 million, then why aren't you divesting from it? And then there were CSU-wide, we're part of the California State University system. So CSU-wide investments and ties to Israel existed as well. So we started to push for those to be overturned. The administration did not negotiate in good faith. I'm sorry, I have a question here.
Oh,
Let's
Will,
see.
if folks want...
They always say that, by the way. According to socialists, the administration never negotiates in good faith. And this is honestly something, you know, I've thought about doing this, and maybe I really should do this. Maybe I should just like actually get on the ball. I've really thought about like reaching out to like higher ed administrators, being like, you're about to have campus protests again. Do you want me to come and explain to you what's going to happen? Because the thing of it is what higher ed administrators need to know is that protesters are never going to believe that you're operating in good faith, or at least very rarely. Like every once in a while, there is actually a successful negotiation on a college campus. I think Rutgers had a successful negotiation, but Rutgers also has a very leftist administration, so that might have been part of it too. But in general, the student protesters don't actually expect their demands to be met. And they are not going to treat you as though they are, as though you are operating in good faith, because they are not operating in good faith. They're staging the protest in order to stage the protest. They're staging the protest for the spectacle. They're staging the protest for the attention. maybe if they get their demands met, maybe a bonus. I don't think they'd be upset about it, but they do not expect the university to do that. They actually believe that the university, generally speaking, is an illegitimate institution that is too close to capitalism. And part of the reason they're doing this campus protest, and we have protesters on video saying this, part of the reason they're doing this is to destroy the illegitimate university.
I want to save their
okay.
questions until all the 5 speakers are done so we can get through the speakers. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So the administration did not negotiate in good faith. And I'm sure there's a lot of other campuses who also dealt with that. So it came to the point where we knew that we weren't going to get all of the demands we wanted, and we were going to have to just hold the building as long as possible. And that became the priority.
Hey, Stu, I have a question for you, because I know you're so in the weeds on this stuff, bro. You're doing such a good job. You're looking at everything that's coming out from all these different sources. What do you think have been the most effective tactics that administrators have used to temper down the college protests? Like, what have you seen that you're like, oh, that university did it right, that university did not do it right, and they should have done things differently?
Think a ways through it. We erected more barriers. We set up fencing. We tried to create as much defense as we could. There were patrols and different shifts. We had mutual aid kitchens set up that would not only feed the students that were part of the occupation, but also people just around campus, people who showed up. We had free food for everybody through them. There was also an emergency medical setup in a non-riot zone that we had set there to keep people safe. So it was towards the end, it got pretty organized and structured, and we were able to hold out for a while. What ultimately took down our occupation was that they called in police from all over the state. And California is a big state, right? We had cops from as far south as Channel Islands, which from where we're up by Oregon. That's like a 10.5-hour drive. So they were just calling in pigs from all over the.
You keep doing this owning the libs bullshit in my chat. I'm going to keep making an example of you. You want free food? You want the government to control the food supply? You want the government to give you what food you are allowed to eat and tell you what you're allowed to eat and how much you're allowed to eat? What happens when the government runs out of food? What happens when the community kitchen runs out of food? Because they set up community kitchens at every single one of these protests. The community kitchen is one of their things that they just do by default. That community kitchen doesn't always have great food. Oftentimes, that community kitchen has whatever is donated. It's not like you get a selection. It's not like you get a hot meal. We're talking about snacks. Do you want the government to be able to provide your food? Is that worth it to feed it to live off of whatever scraps they happen to have that they deem you worthy to receive? That's just stupid, bro. Great question. Not too many, but one thing NYU did was just demand to see student ID cards. This immediately ended one of the NYU library protests. It was all outside people. Yeah, Columbia's doing the same thing. Columbia just set up booths outside of the different entrances to campus where they're now not letting anyone on campus that doesn't have an ID.
The state, just everywhere. And they were from all different universities. So we know that the CSU system said, call in all of the pigs and bring them all to this campus to shut this down. So that was their response. We couldn't hold out against the army that showed up in riot gear and just fully armed with tear gas and everything else. Students ended up eventually surrendering because our numbers had dwindled. I think people lost morale towards the end and were afraid, rightfully so. But we were able to hold it for 8 days, and we kept pushing after that. And now there was something that was passed to have the entire CSU system divest from Israel, and that has moved to the Board of Trustees. But as we all know, a Board of Trustees is just a corporate board, completely undemocratic, appointed by the governor. Whether or not they will actually follow through with this remains to be seen. And at that point, if they do not, then we will have to escalate further, and we'll have to target the governor as well to get him to take action. So that's where we're at right now. We're still pushing. For us, this was extremely important because of the urgency in Palestine and what's been happening in Rafah, what's been happening in Gaza prior to that, and just the bombing, all the innocents. And we needed to take action. We needed to escalate, and we knew that. So we did. And we did everything we could to hold it out as long as we could. And during that time, we got pictures from Palestinians in Rafah. And they had big thank you signs, and they drew the logo of our university and said thank you. And for us, like, we were tearing up. It was very emotional for us, and it gave us the inspiration and the drive to continue holding out against the pigs, to know that they saw us and that it mattered. And that's why I think we have to keep fighting as well. We can't stop, because they're still there. They're still suffering. Israel has moved in on Rafah, and they need our help. We have to do everything that we can, because we know that U.S. imperialism is what's behind this. We know that the U.S. is what's financing this. So we have to disrupt things here as much as possible to prevent that, to completely just pull out of this occupation of Palestine. Beyond that, I do want to talk a little bit about the defense work since then. We had a total of 34 students, I believe it was, or not just students, my apologies, one faculty member, students, and community members arrested, about 34 in total with everyone. So there's been a lot of defense work that's been happening. It has been very difficult because we don't have a lot of attorneys that were willing to take the case, because we're so far north. We're in this small little city. So we've had to get help from Bay Area attorneys. When everyone was arrested, we had set up a bail fund, and we helped bail people out, along with the Anti-Repression Coalition or Committee, I believe it is. So we've been active in the defense work from the start with SDS Humboldt. Even got some help from National SDS with that. We've been taking care of people. We have a lot of students who lost their jobs, who are struggling financially. So we've set up hardship grants for them, and we've been making sure that nobody is left behind here. It's been very difficult, and we've had to do a lot of fundraising, but we continue to push for people, and we're ready to escalate the defense work if we need to. Right now, it's been very strange because we don't have charges pressed against most of the people still. The DA has really been dragging their feet on this, but they did press charges against a student who was arrested just for leaving their dorm. Not part of the protest, nothing like that. They left their dorm to get food during the occupation and were arrested by the pigs. So they got charges. So that's been strange, and we've been trying to navigate that, make sure that they have defense as well. But it's an interesting thing that's happening here with the defense work, and we are kind of concerned with how it's developing, and we're going to have to stay on top of that. Finally, I just want to plug something at the end here. SDS Humboldt is working on a broader initiative along with Humboldt for Palestine, a local org we're tight with, and some other major orgs.
Because they're not Antifa. This isn't Antifa. Okay, there are some people involved in Antifa, but that's not Antifa.
To do a
Do you guys really think that every leftist protester has a fucking lawyer on call? Is that really the perception that you have? Where have you gotten that perception? Who has lied to you to give you that perception?
massive statewide march in Sacramento, San Francisco, and Los Angeles, as well as where we're at here in Humboldt. It will include some disruptions as well to disrupt business as usual. So keep an eye out for that. And if you're interested and you're part of an org in California, please reach out to the SDS Humboldt Instagram, and we'll get back to you and build coalition with you on that.
Excellent. Glad to hear the fight continues all the way in Humboldt and across the state of California. Thank you very much, Rick. Next, we will go to Mira Altabel Resendez with the University of Minnesota Students for a Democratic Society. Take it away, Mira.
All right, thank you, Chrisley, and thank you so much, everybody who is on this call. It means a lot to be able to sort of like debrief to other communists and have this audience that we share this understanding of our politics and things like that. So I want to start off by giving sort of a timeline of how the University of Minnesota encampment went. First of all, a little different from how it was at Humboldt. We organized our encampment through a coalition that we established back in November on campus, and that is made up of U of M SDS, obviously, as well as our local chapter of Students for Justice in Palestine, YDSA, and Students for Climate Justice. And so those were like the four main groups that had like the centralized decision making of the entire encampment, and having that like formal thing ahead of time where we all kind of knew each other already going into this. We had organized with each other before, I think was definitely helpful for us. So we started seriously planning for the encampment after SJP like really pushed us, like, obviously we're gonna like follow our Palestinian local leadership on this, as well as taking our own initiative. We started planning on April 21st to set up the encampment on April 23rd. Obviously, that's not a ton of time, but it was like, let's act quickly as soon as we decide, because, you know, it was finals coming up, graduations were going to be happening. And so it was sort of a tight deadline that was working within sort of like against us, but also within our favor, because since the university wanted us out by graduation so badly, they were extra repressive with the police and everything and the scare tactics. But at the same time, that gave us leverage of, we're going to stay here and mess up all of your fancy graduation plans or whatever if you don't give us what we're demanding here. And so the demands that we created as sort of like, first of all, the things that we were fighting for, but also they served as like our points of unity of, we're here for Palestine. We're not going to lose sight of that. And we were very intentional in making sure that, like, if people are going to be coming to our encampment, they need to understand that this is what it's about, and they need to follow the rules that we made to be able to run everything as smoothly as possible. And so those demands were to divest fully from Israel, of course. That's sort of a blanket one. That's the big goal overall, because that's the material impact that we can have as university students to do what we can to help the people of Palestine. That included banning companies such as Lockheed Martin, Honeywell, Boeing, all of those weapons manufacturers that like to recruit, especially engineering students from our campus, to build the weapons that they field test on Palestinians, which is obviously deplorable. To boycott all institutions, militarized institutions in Israel, and the study abroad programs and all of that. To disclose all of the investments in any sort of Israeli entity that we have on campus. To recognize that the Wabit, or the absolute right to return that all Palestinians have to their rightful homeland that was taken from them by the Zionists. And this would be through like actually providing some support for their Palestinian students. You know, after Al-Aqsa flood happened, the administration or president sent out an email that was like, oh, here's all of our resources for our Jewish students. But since then, not a peep about any of the Palestinian, Arab, or Muslim students.
Hey, Reagan, can you do me a favor and DM me a link to the screenshot of James dragging you on Twitter and telling his community to block you? I think Reagan's here, right?
And what they would do to support them. So complete bullshit, obviously. And then lastly, amnesty for
You
all
have it. Can you DM me the link to
staff
that?
and faculty members who might have faced some sort of repercussions for their pro-Palestine actions on campus. So starting off, we sort of followed Columbia's example with starting to set up our camp at 4 a.m. that first day on the lawn. Not a lot of sleep that night. And then we had everything set up. We have like this beautiful picture of everything. And then by around 6 o'clock that morning, so 2 hours after we all arrived and got there, a bunch of police cars pulled up and gave us a dispersal order. And so it was within the first few hours of being at the encampment that we had to like have people on the ground make the decision. Like going into it, we knew that we were probably gonna face arrests and things like that. And so we did have jail support set up ahead of time, thankfully. We just didn't plan on it being so soon. And so we had to decide on the spot, like, okay, who's going to jail? And who has to get out of here?
Bro. These are not socialist wannabes. These are actual socialists who actually staged massive protests, who actually took over buildings, who actually fended off police for days at a time. If you want to know why you guys constantly lose to these people, it's because you do this. You dismiss them. You don't take them seriously. You own the libs, bro. And this is why they win over and over and over and over and over again. They are kicking your ass because people like you don't listen. And the fact that I literally have to say this on every single stream because we have these right wingers that come into my chat and just want to own the libs because it makes them feel morally superior, it really pisses me off.
So 9 of us ended up getting arrested that day. We spent the day in jail. We were charged with criminal trespassing, and also all 9 of us were immediately banned from campus for a year, which obviously doesn't make any sense. Myself, I am full-time staff at the university, and so like I couldn't get to my job. The rest of them were students. How are they going to get to their classes? And one of them was even a freshman living in a dorm who now was banned from the part of campus that had their dorm. So how are they supposed to live their life? Obviously. Thankfully, we got out of jail within the day and we came out to like this huge walkout rally that was happening on campus. It was incredible to see, just like after sitting in jail for so long, like eating the sad ass little meal that they gave us for lunch. Just like the impact that seeing like actual campus community members arrested by our own police forces on campus, that only boosted the amount of like, it was like an instant boost of political consciousness. And like friends that I have who have never stepped foot at a protest were like, I'm there. And it's the biggest protest we've had on campus in a couple of years, probably. And so that was incredibly exciting. That told us right away that administration had really shot themselves in the foot with sending the police after us right away, because the people recognize that political repression is what happened and that it's not right. And so I honestly don't think that we would have had the momentum to keep going for the full 2 weeks that we did if it weren't for that first day where we had so many people activated right away by this huge wrongdoing of the university right off the bat, aside from the Zionism and all that, you know. Sorry, I'm just looking at my notes here. I wrote a lot down. So for the next 2 weeks, that like weirdest 2 weeks of my life, you know, I'm sure people who are at encampments can relate to that. Like, oh my God, what the hell? But we were constantly having rallies every single day. We were having art builds. We were doing activist skill training so that we could get more people to marshal and sign up for like security things overnight, because we needed to have marshals 24/7 pretty much, which is a lot of work, as again, those of you who did that know. So, and during the...
Are you here to be serious or are you here to own the libs? Answer in the chat. You have 2 choices. Are you here to be serious or are you here to own the libs? Because if you're just here to own the libs to make yourself feel superior, I'm going to block you because we are not on the same team. We do not have the same values. The people who will come here are serious. We don't like this owning the libs bullshit in the chat. I've already offered this clarification several times in this very stream. People are trying to pay attention. People are trying to learn. This happens in literally every fucking stream we do. So are you here to be serious or are you here to own the libs? Do you actually want to learn something that you didn't know before, or do you just want to dunk on people that are the opposite political tribe? Answer in the chat. If you don't answer in the chat, I'm going to permanently ban you. Are you here to be serious or are you here to own the libs? If you just stay quiet, you're going to get permanently banned. I'll sit here and wait. I'm not going to wait for very long, though. Are you here to be serious or nope, that's not what I fucking asked. Are you here to be serious or are you here to own the libs? It's a very simple question, bro. Pick one. Are you here to be serious or are you here to own the libs? Answer the question I asked you. If you are not listening to the question that I'm asking you, that gives me no faith that you're actually listening to what's going on. Are you here to be serious or are you here to own the libs? We'll wait. We'll slow the whole presentation down just for you. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Last chance. Are you here to be serious or are you here to own the libs? Answer now or I am permanently banning you from my chat. Just giving a moment just because I know there's a delay. So we'll accommodate the delay. I will not accommodate any more bullshit. All right. Junior doesn't want to answer. Junior is gone. Goodbye, Junior.
The first week, the first several days, it was like we were sort of doing guerrilla encampments,
hang on.
and so we were setting up our tent.
Hang on. Junior did answer. Hang on. I'm gonna bring Junior back. Unhide. Okay, I'm gonna bring Junior back because he answered right when I hit ban. The reason why I like this channel is to learn about these people. I'm new to. Okay. Yo, bro, under the wire right there, under the wire. I'm going to take you at your word, and now you're not banned anymore. I unbanned you. I'm going to take you at your word that you're here to learn, but we need you to listen. And I promise you, the reason that I don't allow this owning the libs bullshit in my chat is that every single time you're dunking on the libs, you are not learning. There is a method to my madness. This is not like other channels on the internet. And this is a good lesson for any new people who are here. This is not like other channels on the internet. I know you guys shitpost in other places. I know that this is what you do on Twitter. I know this is what you do on Facebook. We don't do that here. This is the only serious place on the internet where you're going to get to observe these people in their natural habitat and understand what they think and understand how they think and be able to ask questions. So please, if I am telling you to do something, there is a reason. I'm not just being mean. I'm not just being a bitch. I want you to learn, but you need to work with me in order to get there.
And like during the day, the police would leave us alone. But as soon as it hit like 10 p.m. and the sun was down and people were off of campus, like outside of the encampment, then they would send riot police was often their choice. And they'd give us a dispersal order. And then we'd pick up all of our tents and we would simply move to a different area of campus so that we technically weren't on the place that the dispersal order was active for. And then we started again. We were like, you got to give us another dispersal order for us to move or anything. And that first Thursday night, actually, there was a line of riot cops that came out into the streets when we were at our second location. And at this point, it was around midnight. You know, everybody's so tired. And then, like, there were probably 30 people who, like, pretty unplanned, just lined up and were like, we're not going anywhere this time. We're going to wait out the entire dispersal order, sitting or standing in line and chanting just like we did that first day, showing that you're going to have to take us out of here or meet our demands in order for us to go. And then once the dispersal order was up, the riot cops packed up and left. And we got to follow them all the way back to their little precinct thing, chanting at them. It was like, oh my God, like top 3 experiences of my life, chasing riot cops away. That was incredible. And so things like that, I feel like just really show like the power of students, you know, like, I don't know, they were like, we're not going to arrest all these students. So I think that was very impressive of us. I don't want to get too into the details of this, but like We had a neo-Nazi come to our encampment too, and he was running around and fucking shit up. He pretended to punch me in the face at one point. That was the whole thing. But he ended up being banned from campus by the campus police when he called the police on us for harassing him, for marshaling him away. Whole thing. So another little victory. We love to see that. But the second week of the encampment, that's when we were finally able to set up in a more permanent way where we were actually staying overnight in the same place. And the police did come and give dispersal orders on their LRAD, like the thing that they would use as a sound cannon if they really wanted to. I know some of us here are familiar with that tactic, but they started giving us dispersal orders like every few hours. And so many people just kept on coming to the encampment and would circle all of the tents, locking hands and everything. And the energy was so high every single time.
By the way, you can't really tell because she's got this kerchief on, but she does have a socialist haircut. These little fucking bangs and the shaved sides of the head. And I bet you anything she's got a mullet in the back if she took this kerchief off. But that's a socialist haircut. Anytime you see the little bangs, hers are kind of grown out, but they obviously are a little bit grown out. Shaved sides of the head, mullet in the back. That's almost always a socialist.
That they just wouldn't do anything.
She has the tattoos as well.
So our encampment stood for as long as we wanted it to stand because we brought out so many people and they were so activated around the issue of Palestine and divestment that they were willing to put their bodies on the line for us, like knowing like they gave this dispersal order. That means they technically have like reason to arrest us after a certain amount of time. And hardly anybody left. Yeah, it was incredible. But on May 1st, which like shout out to International Workers Day. What an incredible day for us this was,
May
as well as
Day.
for workers around the world. We ended up having 3 separate meetings with our campus administration and representatives from our coalition that was leading the encampment, which is historic in itself. The fact that we had like even one meeting directly with the president of the university, who is an interim president, but like, I don't know, he's kind of like really stupid. He let us walk all over him. Like, that's just incredible.
Hey, thank you for the $5 super chat. Here's beer money from a capitalist that loves your live streams. Hey, I appreciate that, Andre. Thank you so much. Guys, we are about, what are we, like 6 super chats away from meeting the goal. If 6 people send in $5, we'll meet the goal for today.
It's not something we've done at UMN SDS in a really, really long time. Like, we never get those goddamn meetings. And so like that in itself is something to be proud of. But by the end of the day, not only had we had those meetings and that like face-to-face interaction where we were the ones who prepared the agenda, we were the ones coming in on the offensive and saying that if you want us gone by graduation, you're going to have to do this and this and this. You're going to have to meet our demands. And then they did. We came to an agreement where all 6 of our original demands were recognized and acted upon by administration. And like, whoa, like, and one more extra thing, but I can give you like sort of the rundown of what we won there. So we won that they would fully disclose like the finances they have invested in Israel by May 7th. Which they did send us like a whole little infographic about what they had invested in Israel on May 7th. We also, as a coalition, passed a divestment resolution through our like student referendum thing to show, and won that by 75% majority, which was another thing that showed that students stand with Palestine and students want to see the university divest. This is a popular opinion. And if you are going to be serving your students, maybe you should listen to them. And so the second thing is that at the May Board of Regents meeting, we would have a representative from each group within the coalition speak directly to the Board of Regents and propose like the action items that we came up with as part of that divestment resolution with the full support of administration. So they wouldn't be able to kick us out or like change their minds or anything. Like, we were on that agenda.
Hang on, this is a good question. How do they avoid looking like villains when schools capitulate to their demands and they do not disperse and keep going? Because they spin what happened. This is why, like, the issue is never the issue. They never actually, I mean, I won't say that they don't care about the demands at all. They do care about the demands. They are genuine and like their ass a lot of the times. Like the Free Palestine movement is a very real thing. It's been around a long ass time. It got co-opted by the radical revolutionary socialist left. We know that because we have Angela Davis on tape saying it. So it's not as though like there are not people who care about it. But the whole point of the protests is not actually about meeting the demands. The point of the protests is to protest. The protests are the struggle that they are all engaged in solidarity to overthrow the evil capitalist empire. That's what it's about. And so there are certainly, I mean, there were protest groups who did successfully negotiate with the schools. There were a lot more protest groups who said that the administration was not engaging in good faith. They wouldn't meet all their demands, yada, 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 yada. But ultimately, the students are much better organized than the administration is. The administration oftentimes is on the back foot of these things. They're responding to the students. The students have got this stuff down. People can poo-poo the outside agitators who came in that aren't students all they want, but the students actually, they embrace the outside people. They're like, we can learn from the outside people. We can be mentored by the outside people. They're going to come in and teach us how to do this right. The reason leftist activists are so effective in what they're doing is because they do take direction from each other. And so they know how to organize. They hold their own press conferences. They have all their own social media. They control their messaging. In the leftist protest groups, you are not even allowed to speak to the media unless you've been through media training. So they're really very hyper mindful of the message and the narrative that they're putting out. And quite frankly, a lot of them are just better at communicating this stuff than the campus administration is. So that's why they don't look like the villains. They're the students. They're using their voice. They're protesting for a righteous cause. That sort of thing. I hope that answered your question. Did the schools do any of this stuff? I know the East Coast ones just fired the administration. Well, yeah, I mean, there were schools that did capitulate to the demands. There were schools that brought up votes on divestment. There were schools that successfully negotiated with the protesters and got them to take down their encampments. So actually, most of these schools did not fire the administrators. I mean, Columbia is a notable exception to that, but Columbia was very high profile. The vast majority of schools that had these protests didn't fire anyone. They just kind of like waited for them to go away. They may have dispersed them with tear gas. I mean, UCLA had massive protests on campus. UCLA actually had a big skirmish where pro-Israel protesters were like beating up anti-Israel protesters. The campus was like held by these protesters for like weeks at a time. No one got fired at UCLA. No one got fired at USC. The only person that really got fired, well, I mean, like was the president of Columbia. She resigned. But she didn't even resign at first. I mean, she kind of resigned. I mean, she was probably forced out, but like she resigned after months and months and months of harassment by the student. The student protesters were like sitting outside of her house, like yelling at all hours of the night, all the time. So, there are a bunch of different colleges on this webinar. Any idea what the typical demographic for socialists are? Are they children of socialist academics? Yeah, there are absolutely second and third generation socialists. That's absolutely a thing. But you have to understand that 100% of the students that are graduating from public schools right now have been fully indoctrinated with leftist ideology since they were 5 years old. Even in red states, even in red cities, even in the school district your kids go to. 100% of students who are graduating today from the public schools have had some form of indoctrination into far left ideology since they were 5 years old. So it is. There are older hippie socialists from the 60s and 70s. They aren't really that dangerous. They're old hippie socialists. But the ones that are graduating today are a different story. And so this is not a small problem. This is a very large problem. This is a generational problem. That's not to say that every single person who graduates from public school ends up being a socialist. But I promise you, I know we have Zoomers in the chat here. Even the ones that, even like the Groypers who got through public schools and survived without becoming leftists, I promise you they still got leftist indoctrination. They can speak up in the chat and offer ideas if they want.
And we did do that a few weeks later. It was incredible. We made a big stink, all that. That's a whole other conversation. I'm not going to take up our time with that. But hit me up later if you want to hear about that, I guess. We also got bi-weekly meetings with administration, including like the upcoming like new president who's replacing the current interim president, to talk about divestment and the steps that the university is taking towards divestment from Israel and companies complicit in war crimes in general, which like pretty much means like the ones that are very active in Israel, like daily bombing Palestinians and all that, until full divestment is reached. And so those meetings have already started. Just this past week, we already had the first meeting with the incoming new president. And so she already knows the faces of the coalition and the leaders of this movement and everything. And she said herself in that meeting, like, I recognize that this fall is going to be crazy on campus because you all will not let me rest. And she was right. She's right. We're not going to let her rest. Next was public support of Palestinian students, starting with an email to be sent out by the current interim president, who, by the way, is Jeff Ettinger, aka the CEO of Hormel Foods, like the company that made Spam. Why are you our president? It's so weird. Next was opening up a pathway to academic divestment from Israeli universities, aiding in the genocide, as well as establishing relationships with Palestinian universities via meetings with the vice president of provost affairs. I don't know if that's that's what's written there. But that's a big deal. That wasn't even one of our demands, and that's something that they offered to us, and we said, well, obviously, yes, we're going to take that. Like, replace the Israeli universities with the Palestinian universities that still exist on West Bank, because obviously with the scholasticide that's gone on in Gaza, there are no universities there anymore. So it's like a little bit like, okay, like too little too late, buddy, but still a huge gain.
You know, our nose rings a symbol. There is actually anarchist literature that specifically talks about the septum piercing specifically. Now, listen, I come out of, like, I was in tattoo culture for a while. I had a whole bunch of I used to have I had my lip pierced, I had my nose pierced, I had my eyebrow pierced. Like, I have industrials in my ears. I have my lobes stretched to this day. You can't make any assumptions about someone based on whether or not they have piercings. There are a lot of people who have piercings. But what I will say is I have seen specific anarchist literature about the septum piercing specifically, where they do consider that to be something they do to queer their appearance. But you can't tell anything. Like, if someone has a septum piercing, that doesn't mean they're a socialist. It just happens to be something that socialists do.
That we didn't expect. We won amnesty for encampment protesters, and administration having to advocate for the county to drop the charges against the Minnesota
I
Nine,
wasn't.
which did happen.
No, I wasn't. I was not a leftist. No, I wasn't. No, I wasn't. That is not correct, Sandy. I was a Democrat. I was a very moderate Democrat. And my being involved with tattoos and piercings had nothing to do with politics. It has to do with, I like tattooing. I think it's an art form. I think it's a beautiful art form. And I like piercings because I like the way it looks. And a lot of people who are tattooed and have piercings just like the way it looks. And they like getting the tattoos. They like the process. They like the process of being tattooed. They like the process of being pierced. So no. That's not correct. Stop, like, conservatives, please, for the love of fucking God. Do you really think there are no conservatives who have tattoos and piercings?
none of us are being charged anymore with any of the criminal shit that we were charged with. And 7 out of 9 of us had our campus bans lifted. The 2 that didn't are just like students who are still technically students of the university. They're just not currently enrolled in classes. So that's some bullshit that we're still fighting. But overall, huge win. And then finally, they are going to expand the Scholars in Exile program at the University of Minnesota to include Palestinian scholars who are displaced by the occupation. And so those are like on paper, like what we've got there, super huge. We're very proud of what we achieved, but obviously we know that this is nowhere near the end of this fight. We have not yet won divestment. We are working towards it, but we are not going to rest. As part of that, our relationships with other campus groups have strengthened greatly. Like obviously we were already organizing with SJP and some grad students and faculty members or whatever, but this really like brought them much closer to us. And we have a level of trust that we didn't have before, where we feel like we can really lean on each other in that organizing space. And also like we know that people are watching around the globe, including other communists who are taking some inspiration from what we're doing in the US as the student movement. Like I did an interview during that first week with a representative from the newspaper for the Communist Party of Sweden.
Hang on. Do they have streams where they talk protest strategies like locking arms and media training? Yeah, we've done that sort of stuff. Like where those streams tended to, so where we tend to get the most stuff on that is, you know what I would recommend watching? Go to Breakthrough News. Breakthrough News is a leftist media outlet that they did actually really good on the ground coverage of the Columbia University protests because they're leftist and they're like run by young people. And so the students kind of knew them. And so they were one of the few organizations that was like allowed to be in the midst of the Columbia protests, and they interviewed the protest leaders. They interviewed a lot of students. They actually talked about all the different type of training they did. We watched a bunch of it on the channel at the time, but there was actually much more coverage than we watched. That would be a place I would definitely look for that sort of thing. You can check out the streams I did at the time on that, but that's Breakthrough News. We rely on them quite frequently for like on the ground protest coverage because they do a really good job. We have watched some direct action trainings. Maybe we should, I've never specifically done a search for direct action trainings, but maybe that's something that we should look for.
And that article came out there. And that like just what an incredible opportunity and a great way to like spread across like international lines. Like this is what's working and we're doing this for Palestine, and it's like we're gonna like, I don't know, we have so much momentum. And yeah, we're ready to go into the fall. We've learned some lessons. Obviously, we spent a lot of time summating. We know how important summation is, both like with the public so that they know exactly what went down, but also within our organizations so that we can continue to fight in a way that works and that makes sense. And so a couple of things I jotted down. I promise I'm almost done. Are that we submitted that setting up during the day with high visibility and as many people there as possible might have been more effective in like working against the police forces that arrested us right away that day. But this is sort of a double-edged sword. You know, as people who believe in dialectical materialism, we know that two things can be true at once. And so we know that like it would have been nice to not have our organizing capacity that first day pretty much sliced in half with 9 of us going to jail that entire day and then being banned from campus for a little bit. However, at the same time, like I mentioned earlier, we would not have had the momentum that we had going into the encampment if it hadn't been for those early on arrests that activated everybody. Then I think it's also important to keep in mind, I don't know, I'm just like thinking if other people are thinking about starting encampments or going into the fall, seeing this level of struggle continue to be raised and needing to be prepared for that sort of thing. It's good to do some press training beforehand, or if you don't have time for that because you're planning this within like 36 hours, at least agree on some language that is friendly to use when you're talking to media. We know that bourgeois mainstream media is not our friend, and so we need to maintain control over the narrative.
See, now they're talking about media training. The bourgeois mainstream media, the capitalist mainstream media. So some people might be saying, they're leftists. Of course the media is leftist. Media is not this left. The media is not friendly to them. They don't think the media is helping them with their message. Like I said, when these guys are organized around like articulating a message, they are very, very concerned about controlling every single aspect of the message, precisely because they feel the media throws them under the bus just as much as conservatives feel the media throws them under the bus. And so they control every single talking point. They control who talks to the press. They control how the information gets out. They're very mindful about like infiltrators into their protests, stuff like that.
Encampments are going into the fall, seeing this level of struggle continue to be raised, and
also
needing to be
she just said right that the protests are going to continue into the fall, which is what I've been saying
that entire day, and then being banned from campus for a little bit. However, at the same time, like I mentioned earlier, we would not have had the momentum that we had going into the encampment if it hadn't been for those early on arrests that activated everybody. Then I think it's also important to keep in mind, I don't know, I'm just like thinking if other people are thinking about starting encampments or going into the fall, seeing this level of struggle continue to be raised, and needing to be prepared for that sort of thing. It's good to do some press training beforehand, or if you don't have time for that because you're planning this within like 36 hours, at least agree on some language that is friendly to use when you're talking to media. We know that bourgeois mainstream media is not our friend, and so we need to maintain control over the narrative by being ready to talk to media when they inevitably come to us and are like, what do you think of Hamas? It's like, okay, that's not what we're doing here. We're like, the focus is on divestment and what we're doing on campus to help free Palestine. And
when they're asked about Hamas, they say, that's not what we're doing. We want divestment on campus. Anyone who tells you these protesters are pro-Hamas is lying to you. You just heard directly from one of the protesters. Listen, again, this is a private training. This is not something that was for public consumption. This is a private training that people had to sign up for, where they thought they were talking to people on their own side. If they were actually pro-Hamas, then they would say they're pro-Hamas. What they're saying is, no, we're about boycott, sanction, divest. We want people to divest from Israel. We want people to stop supporting Israel. They're not saying they're pro-Hamas. So this is a conservative bullshit talking point, and people need to be aware of this. And listen, I know there are people on that are on either side of this issue. I know there are people in the chat that are on Israel's side. I know there are people in the chat that are on the side of the Palestinians. I am anti-war and anti-genocide. I don't think we should be involved at all, and I really think that Israel is committing a genocide, but I also acknowledge there are other people on the other side of the issue that support Israel, that believe that Israel is doing the right thing and they're defending themselves. And I want to make clear that everyone is welcome here. You don't have to agree with me to be welcome here as long as you don't cause problems. But my point is that even if you are pro-Israel, you need to behave with intellectual honesty. You need to look at these presentations and say, these leftist protesters are literally saying this is not about being pro-Hamas. They're not talking about killing Israelis. They're not talking about genociding Jews. They're not doing any of these things that conservatives say they are. And this is not to defend the leftist protesters, although I do have more of an affinity for them than people might think, just because I do believe they're exercising their right to speech. I believe that's important. I believe it's important for all of us. I obviously am not a leftist. I'm not a socialist, but, I also think that the conservative narrative around why they're doing what they're doing is inherently problematic. If you don't understand why people are doing what they're doing, you are never going to beat them. And so even if you're pro-Israel, and again, it's fine if you are, Studio is, no problem. But can we please be ethically honest and intellectually honest about what is going on? Because anyone who is saying otherwise, all this conservative narrative about if you're not pro-Israel, you're pro-Hamas, it's absolute bullshit. And people need to know that. And bullshit being spread is just as dangerous as anything else, because it prevents you from actually tackling the real problem head on. One more thing I wanted to say too, since she's talking about media training, another thing that they do is the protesters will actually train people to get arrested. I think they call them red zone volunteers, or at least they did at Columbia, where students actually will volunteer. I want to be one of the people to be arrested. And they'll train them on what to do. They'll train them on what to expect. They'll provide support for them when they're arrested. They all go down to the jail and they chant outside the jail and they sing songs outside the jail, stuff like that. So anyone who thinks the arrests are deterring them, it's really not. They actually view getting arrested as like a point of pride, and they actually do volunteer for it. Yeah, red, yellow, green. That's how I heard about it too, Stu.
Another great way to maintain control of the narrative is to, as your capacity allows you to, or ask a comrade to help you with it, write fight back articles, things like that. Or if you have some local media that you can post your own words to, that is very helpful. Always lean on greater campus and community support if you have it. We would not have been able to keep so many people fed, and we wouldn't have had access to so many supplies and everything if it weren't for all of the organizers around us. In Minneapolis, we have the Free Palestine Coalition, which is a coalition of organizations who are all united around Palestine, who have been doing like at least one action a week since October. It's like so incredible what we've been able to pull off there. But that was also a network of organizers who were willing to pretty much drop everything and help us with our encampment to be able to pull these victories off. We worked with grad students who had 24 access to buildings to let us in to use the bathroom when they shut down all of the buildings around our encampment, including the biggest library on campus during finals week, which was truly a choice. That library is usually open 24 hours, and they pissed everybody off by shutting that thing down because they were scared of us going in there to use the bathroom, I guess. Labor unions on campus were so helpful, especially AFSCME 3800, my union president, talked to one of the regents and was the one who convinced.
Yo, look at this update from Human Centipede. Supreme Court just struck down the Title IX rewrite. Is that the thing that was like about including trans kids in sports? That's pretty cool.
Her to convince the rest of whoever's in charge of that bullshit to drop the bans on 7 out of the 9 of us so that we could continue our campus lives of working and learning and living there. Something that was helpful with working with the community when you don't have maybe a lot of time to directly communicate with every single individual who has questions for you is to be posting on social media and making announcements on whatever sound system that you've got, to specify like the supplies that you need and action items that people can do regularly if they want to participate and help out in some way. And one of the most important points here is to never lose sight of the goal of liberation for Palestine. The encampments are not for fun, even though it is like pertinent to keep revolutionary spirits high. But we're not here to enjoy ourselves, you know, like we're here to really put in the work. We cannot give opportunists an inch to take over. We need to be super sharp on that and knowing the forces around us who might not have the interests of Palestine and divestment in mind the same way that we do. All parties that are involved in organizing with you should be unified with your demands, and like make sure to have some grace with yourself when you do make missteps, because you are going to do that. You do that in any sort of organizing, I'm sure. And anybody who's been on the ground here or ever organized a protest knows that it's not easy to do this shit, especially when you're running on like 2 hours of sleep for 2 weeks straight. It's really hard, and like you're allowed to make mistakes, and then the important thing is to learn from them and don't let it stop you. The very most important thing to take away from this movement is that we are so far from being finished here. We need to go into the fall like ready to punch administrations in the gut to work towards divestment. And that, like, I know campuses have sort of a lull in the summers and everything, but like at the University of Minnesota, we're using this as an opportunity to build up our work. We're having those meetings and everything. And
we really need to do, I said this a couple weeks ago, we really need to do a deep dive into the University of Minnesota's website. If anyone wants to do that, I promise you, and I mean the entire University of Minnesota system, if anyone wants a little side project, something to kind of tinker with, I promise you I bet you there is a gold mine of leftist bullshit on the University of Minnesota's websites. Look at the small centers that are like connected to like social justice and gender studies. Look at their YouTube channels, look at their Twitter accounts. Look at like I've already found so much leftist bullshit on the University of Minnesota, just like doing my own tinkering. I just don't have time to tinker on every single university website ever. But if someone wants to do that, I promise you there's going to be, and this might be a good time to do it too, just because Tim Walz is running for VP. And so it would be a really good time if we can find some crazy shit, that this would be a really good time to elevate it. I'm not trying to give anyone an assignment or anything. I'm just saying if someone wants something to do, that might be an interesting little experiment.
Remembering that there are buildings to occupy, there are Board of Regents members' houses to decorate. And as always, there are streets to march in and there are campuses to shut down. And we need to keep those tools at the ready to break out at pretty much a moment's notice. And we do that by consistently organizing even through the lulls of when people aren't around so much on summer, so that we can really be ready to punch up at administration as soon as people are back on campus and active.
Oh, look at
Okay.
that.
I know
Punch
I just
up
talked
as
for
soon
kind of
as
a long
people are back
time,
on
but
campus.
I'm done.
All right. Thank you, Mira. And thank you, Minnesota, for the things that you gained. But bigger than that, all the lessons that you all learned. And you all were, I think, the first of the SDS chapters, at least, or one of the first to do the encampment. So I know a lot of people watched you to see what would happen next. So, thank you for that. All right. Next, we will go to Tulane Students for Democratic Society's Maya Sanchez, New Orleans.
Hi. I also want to thank you all for being here and for having me. Things are a lot different down here in the South than in other parts of the country. And I also am going to preface by saying I'm a little bit limited on what I can say because we're all under investigation with no updates, which is super cool. But I also want to say I was introduced as from Tulane University in New Orleans, but everything Tulane SDS has done would not have been possible without Loyola SDS. Loyola is our neighbor, quite literally. Our campuses are right next to each other. And we have an interesting kind of history as institutions. We've kind of not really been friends, but this movement has really brought us together. And yeah, I mean, there's 3 chapters of SDS in New Orleans, and we all love each other, and we love working together and supported each other.
This is not directly related to what this person just said, but I think it's a good opportunity to talk about leftist organizing for people. A lot of people, a lot of conservatives were like, how did these campus protests just spin up so quickly? They just came out of nowhere. They must be funded by George Soros. They just sprang up out of nowhere. The protests didn't spring up out of nowhere. The protests were done. First of all, these student groups had been organizing with each other since October. They had been staging protests in the street. They had been staging protests on the weekends. This is something that they were very active in for months and months and months and months and months leading up to the actual encampment. So they did not just spring up out of nowhere. But even if that hadn't been true, you guys have got to understand that the students that were involved in these protests and the groups that were involved in these protests, they organize with each other all the time. all the time. So prior to October 7th, these groups did exist. Boycott, divest, sanction groups have existed forever. And it's not even just the BDS groups that were doing these protests. There were a lot of different leftist groups involved, but these leftists organize with each other all the time over a variety of issues, not just the ones about Israel and Palestine and all that stuff. And so you have to understand, all of these people know each other. They're all friends. Okay, maybe they're not all friends with each other. And it's like, it's like one of these things where like it's a very large group of people where they work with each other over the course of years. They're all in the same organizations. They're in the same clubs. They have different campus groups that coordinate with each other. They do conferences together. They do events together. They do protests together. They get to know each other. The right doesn't do this. The right doesn't protest. The right doesn't have groups where they're politically active in. What the right has are anonymous accounts on Twitter and bitching and complaining on Facebook. And that's it. Sometimes there are like these little town Republican groups that pop up, and maybe like 20 people go to a town Republican meeting. But if any of you have ever been to a Republican meeting, you know that there really aren't that many people who go. I've been to a bunch of them because I had to drive around to a bunch of them when I was doing some stuff with some state legislators. No one goes to these things. And so the point I want to make is that it is completely predictable that leftists would be able to organize quickly and get together quickly to do protests, to do encampments, to do sit-ins, to do whatever, because they all know each other. They've all known each other for years. They do this stuff all the time. And so anytime you see the right saying like, I just don't understand where this all came from. Where did they all come from? It just popped up out of nowhere. These are professional protesters. They've all been paid by George Soros. Look, here's an ad I got from 5 years ago off of Craigslist where they were hiring professional people. They're all just paid. None of them actually believe this. I'm not saying that people are never hired, but it's usually like Democratic campaigns that are hiring people. Like I know Maggie Hassan in New Hampshire hired a bunch of people to just go to all of her events and hold her signs. And as soon as Maggie Hassan got her photo op, all of the people that were hired to hold the signs like packed up and they left, and it was like a machine. It was actually pretty interesting to watch. But you got to understand, leftist protesters are not like that. They do actually believe this. They do actually know each other. And so it's like, it's not a big thing for them to like go into a Signal group or go into a Telegram group and say, hey, we need comrade support at this location, at this address. And all of a sudden a whole bunch of people show up because they've all been communicating with each other for years. That's how it just pops up out of nowhere. Does that make sense to anyone? Let me know if you have questions. University of Minnesota has a queer science for STEM for queer youth. Look at that. Bot, can you DM me that information, please? That's pretty great. They have University of Minnesota has Queer Science Day for high schoolers. How did I know? How did I know there was going to be crazy shit on the University of Minnesota website? Exactly. Even corruption doesn't pop up out of nowhere. Never mind indoctrination. Exactly.
And everything. So on the point of Loyola and Tulane being right next to each other, we started, or the SDS chapters started planning encampments, having a conversation about which campus is this going to happen at? Are we going to do two different campuses at the same?
I'm going to make, I think one of the DNC shirts that I'm going to do, because I'm going to make special DNC t-shirts. I think one of the DNC t-shirts I'm going to do is going to be a rainbow. It might just literally be a rainbow, and it's going to say no more weird stuff under it or something like that. I don't want people to think, I don't want anyone to interpret it as like Carlin is like homophobic, because I actually don't care if people are gay, but like, I don't know. I need to be careful about how I do this shirt because I don't want to lose my store. But like, I want to convey the message with like the rainbow and saying no more weird stuff.
Same time, how do we want to go about this? And we ultimately decided to do a Tulane and Loyola SDS encampment on Tulane's property. There's a number of reasons for this, but I think definitely out of Loyola and Tulane is the bigger target. Tulane, I would say, is probably one of the largest unaffiliated Zionist universities in the country. They will not say that they're attached to anything, but they very clearly are. Our school has a 43% Jewish population, which is not to conflate
What?
Zionism with Judaism, but what it does mean is that Hillel has a massive stake.
A 43% Jewish population at Tulane? That's crazy. You know, another project we should do, and maybe this might be a good thing for any groypers. If any groypers want to if you guys want to cut your teeth on like looking at crazy leftist shit, I know you guys are doing groyper war stuff, and I'm not trying to distract you guys, but if you want to cut your teeth on doing research into crazy leftist shit that also overlaps with the stuff you guys care about, looking into Hillel, there's gotta be some crazy shit going on with Hillel. I don't know what issues Hillel does. I don't know what they have on their websites. I've literally never looked into this. But what I do know is that they have a major presence on like every college campus. And I just feel like if we go on their websites and we look at their organizations, there might be some interesting things. So maybe like if you're a groyper and you're in school, maybe just go poke around a little bit at Hillel and just see if there's anything there. And there might not be anything there, but if anything sticks out to you, let me know. Yeah, you have too many projects. Don't worry about it, Reagan. I'm just putting out there for people who might want something to do. Most universities have a Hillel house. That's true. I don't really know what they do. I'm just saying we should just look at what they do.
In our institution, they have brought active IOF soldiers onto our campus who are literally straight from Gaza, all of which is approved by our university. They host or scheduled an Israel Day during Tulane's anti-Semitism awareness week, and we're very, very mad when some of us had that rescheduled. But that's just kind of a little bit of information about Tulane. So I also will say we didn't think that we would last a night. We didn't think we'd last an hour. But kind of what Mira was saying is that so many people were activated by what we were doing, the stance we were taking, and that became even more true after the encampment ended. There was never a moment at our encampment where cops were not present, not a single moment. There were always at least 10. And admin did not even try to negotiate with people in the encampment. Multiple people tried to start conversations. They said, no, if you want to have a conversation, you have to shut it down. That wasn't going to happen. Eventually, I mean, it was a really high stress situation. It was really high stress. And I say that because I visited the Wayne State encampment a couple weeks ago.
Thanks, Bot.
And that was chill. I was like, wow, I'm learning so much. This is so cool. And when I was at the Tulane encampment, there was genuinely not a moment where I was able to relax. But it was also really awesome. And, we learned a lot. I think that the way our university responded is especially particular to Tulane. Our university's president, Michael Fitz, made a personal phone call to the governor of Louisiana to shut down the encampment. So after, I believe, 33 hours, the governor sent between 100 and 200 state police in riot gear onto our campus. And there were 3, I guess, units of the police there. There was the Tulane University Police, New Orleans Police, and then Louisiana State Police. Along with 200 cops in riot gear, there were tanks. There were people in these tanks. Actually, I'm sorry. It was not a tank. It was a Bearcat, which is an armored vehicle. And I have to make sure that's clear, because the police is currently trying to say that we're lying about there being tanks when actually we just don't know the specific name of armored vehicles. So there were Bobcats there. There were snipers in these armored vehicles. They were aiming guns at students' heads. These are largely Black and brown students. And how it ended up ending is a group of 12 students sitting locking arms on the university sidewalk, basically sitting ducks waiting to be arrested. And so,
I mean, people in the chat are saying, like, how are we losing to this person? She says every 2 seconds. But guess what? The most powerful people in any social system are the ones who are expressive. This is why the Groypers right now are having so much pull with the Trump campaign, because the Groypers are out there expressing themselves, saying what they think. They're doing it in huge quantities. They've got all these accounts that are saying the same thing. They're creating like movies about it. They're creating like these short little edits about it. They're creating memes about it. They're not shutting up about it. They are taking every advantage they can to express their ideas. They're putting that pressure campaign on. The reason that the Groyper War is already being so successful is because they're talking. The reason the left is so successful is not because they're perfect, is not because they're brilliant, is not because they always have these perfectly honed strategies. It's not because they've thought everything through. It's because they show up and they talk. And even if they show up and talk imperfectly, they're still doing more than people who are doing nothing. Now let's take like your traditional conservatives. What do they call themselves? As a matter of pride, they call themselves the silent majority. Conservatives literally pride themselves on being silent. You never influence anything when you are silent. Even if you have better ideas, doesn't matter. You're not speaking up. Even if the opponent's ideas aren't going to work at all, as is the case with the left. They're speaking up and you're not. You are going to lose. If you want to know who's going to win and who's going to lose in almost any situation, just look at the people who are expressive. This is why the Groypers will win. There's no doubt in my mind that Nick Fuentes and the Groypers are going to be successful, because they're not going to shut the fuck up. And everyone knows they're not going to shut the fuck up. And no matter what anyone says or what anyone does, Nick said it on his show. Hang on, I'll play it again just for people who haven't seen this clip. It's a great clip. Nick even said it.
Shh, shh. Don't speak. This will all be over soon. Shh, shh, shh. You're going to let Kamala win. You're going to give this country to a communist just because you're so selfish. If you're saying if Trump doesn't do what you want him to do, you're going to hold the campaign hostage? Shh, 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 shh. It'll all be over soon. Shh, 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 shh. There's nothing you can do to stop it. There's nothing you can do to fight this. Stop resisting. There's nothing you can do to fight this. Acceptance. Just let it wash over. This is happening. Whether you like it or not, Groyper War 2 is happening. And you just have to let it wash over you. Just accept it. Stop fighting. You're going to need your energy. You're going to conserve your energy. You're going to need it. Stop struggling. This is all going to be over soon. This is necessary.
The reason that Nick knows that he's going to win is because he's literally going up against the silent goddamn majority. You have the loudest mother effers on the internet, and their target is the silent majority. The Groypers are going to win. There is no question. It's just a matter of time. And the same is true with the left. The reason the left is so far ahead is they don't shut the fuck up. This is why the left pressures people into conforming with speech that they find acceptable, because you will walk in lockstep with them. And that's just going to be the way it is. And they're going to get in your face until you do what they want you to do. Because on the left, you're supposed to be a cog in a machine. I think Human Centipede said this. Hang on. Yeah, I mean, you're right. She is just a cog in a machine. She can be replaced. She can be replaced by a million other people. And the machine will just keep going, and they'll just keep expressing their ideas, and that's the way it goes. Thank you, Benjamin Jackson, for the $10 super chat. I really appreciate it. Yes, and they really do care about their issues. They really do. Not only do they care about their issues, it's part of their identity. It's part of who they are. All their friends are leftists. All their social circles are leftists. They only read leftist materials. They go to leftist clubs. They go to leftist coffee shops. They go to leftist bookstores. It is their entire world. They live with other leftists. They don't interact with anyone that's not in the cult. Let's see. All right, let's keep going. We still have over an hour. We have like an hour and a half still, guys. We've got a long way to go. I'm going to need another beer soon.
After that, so they arrested 12 people, and then they also arrested 2 bystanders that were just there. One of these kids literally was like doing an art project and heard noise and went outside to see what was going on, and the cops arrested him. It's horrific. So after that, our institution erected a 8-foot tall apartheid wall of their own on the lawn where we had
an
staged our
apartheid wall
encampment. They took our tents that we used, and they didn't even bother moving them to a different location. They stayed in the exact same space. And for 3 weeks, if not more, our institution was paying pigs overtime to sit on a lawn and drink beer and hang out. On top of their little apartheid wall, they also erected a police surveillance tower in the middle of our campus, which was probably like 20 feet tall. And these cost a minimum of $80,000 each. So Tulane has their priorities set. And on top of all that, I'm gonna, go a little bit off for a second. So since October, there have been 28, I believe, I might be off by one. There have been 28 total arrests in the movement in New Orleans. 27 of these arrests have happened on Tulane's campus. So we as Tulane students are quite literally in the belly of the beast. And on top of everything we went through with cops during the encampment, there was also a mob of Zionists the entire time. Not a minute without that either, which is something we've been experiencing kind of all year, is racism, harassment, just like actually horrible things from the Zionists, and our institution does nothing about it because they don't care. Since our conduct charges have been given, sorry, I'm really jumping around right now. Since our conduct charges have been given, administrators have admitted to overcharging students, claiming that it's their policy for student conduct investigations to overcharge. They also admitted that the encampment was not dangerous, even though they've sent emails upon emails to the public about how dangerous and unlawful our occupation of the front lawn was. So what they're doing now is digging themselves into a hole. We've also heard that the district attorney and other people in power at Tulane University are looking to expel students. But ultimately, we know that we're on the right side of history. The people who were arrested the last time they went to court, which was a couple weeks ago, their arraignment was rescheduled to July 30th, which is the last day that the DA can accept the charges, which again just shows that we're winning. They wouldn't push it that far if they had something to charge these people with, but they don't. I also want to talk a bit more about Tulane as an institution in New Orleans. So New Orleans is a majority Black city, and Tulane.
Hey, if Stu Studio is still here, are you hearing any rumblings of campus protests coming back this fall? Let me know.
Is a predominantly white institution that really has a chokehold over the city. They're the largest employer. They receive tax breaks from the state. They're not liked. I learned very quickly coming into Tulane within months probably that I don't want to be in the streets of New Orleans saying I'm a Tulane student. It's not something to be proud of when you know the harm that your institution has caused to the locals.
What harm?
And so another interesting thing that has kind of developed from their reactions is that Tulane has proved that not only do they not care about the city of New Orleans, but they also don't care about their own students. And it just further drives the point that their only motivator is money and is donors. And we know that the reason they want to expel people is because they have donors pushing them, saying, we're going to stop funding, we're going to stop giving you guys money if you don't do something about these protesters. But we're all smarter than them, and we all know this, and we've all caught on. So
we're smarter than the administration.
I mean, I think it's tough going to a school in the South, going to a school that's against you. I mean, all of us, I think all of our universities are probably against us. But what the Encampment did was it taught New Orleans SDS a lot. It brought us a lot closer together.
Hang on. Listen, I don't recognize you, but if you think these people are dumb, you're learning nothing. You are losing to these people, and I strongly suggest you start listening to them and learning from them. To say they're dumb, what does that say about you if you're losing to them so badly?
People who have been in the SDS chat for months and maybe only taken on a task or two are now doing everything, which is not awesome. I was exaggerating. They're not doing everything. They're taking up big roles, and everyone is really activated in supporting us. Sorry, the last thing I want to say is that one of our students who was arrested was kicked in the head by a horse. That it was like a mounted police, and their horse kicked our student in the head, and then they arrested her. And she was diagnosed with a concussion. And you're right. Whoever sent that in the chat is a great way to kill someone. So we're currently going after New Orleans Police Department because that is a complete violation. And yeah. Yeah, I think that is enough. But yeah, it's hard, but we love each other, and we love National SDS and the support we get from the city, from the community, and from nationals and other chapters. So dare to struggle, dare to win, I guess.
Dare to struggle, dare to win. You said it, Maya. And
hang on. Do I support her activism? No, I'm not a socialist, bro. I don't support any of these people, but I do think it's important to understand. Well, okay, let me rephrase. I think anyone should be able to peacefully protest whatever issue they want. Until we have a worthy fascist dictator, then I think anyone should be able to peacefully protest whatever issue they want. Okay? And so I do actually feel for some of the students in these protests, because a lot of these students weren't doing anything wrong. A lot of these students were just expressing an opinion. It happens to be an opinion that I agree with, in terms of like, I am not on the side of Israel in terms of what's going on in the Middle East. I don't agree with it in that I don't want to be in a socialist country. I don't want a socialist Intifada. I don't want any of that. But I do think that it is rather bizarre to me that a lot of these campuses defaulted to calling out the police so early when there was no violence on campus. And I do think that a lot of these campus protests were escalated based on how the campus community handled it. The Columbia protest was certainly escalated the minute the police were called onto campus. All those students were doing were sitting on the grass. That's it. They were sitting on the grass. They set up some tents. They were being a pain in the ass, but their protests quadrupled in size the minute they called the police because it pissed people off. So, but this is not why she's protesting. This is the thing. This is not why she's protesting. She is protesting because Intifada means a worldwide socialist revolution. The issue is never the issue. Most of these people don't give a flying flip about Palestinians. Not really. Most of these people don't give a flying flip about Israel. Not really. Some of them do, like onesies and twosies, but not really. They're protesting because it is a way to push a worldwide socialist revolution, which is how they define Intifada. So just because someone is anti-Zionist doesn't mean I'm on the same side as them. It's important to ask, why are they doing what they're doing? I am not in favor of sending money to Israel because I'm not in favor of any foreign aid for anything, for any country, even Ukraine, and I'm married to a fucking Ukrainian. We are not the same. You guys are not the same. The Groypers are not the same as these people. There is an uneasy kind of like, we're kind of on the same side against some things, but we are on very different sides on other things. And I think that's always really important. Just because you might agree with the left on onesie and twosie things does not mean you want what the left wants. And so I'll support their right to protest. I don't think they should be taking over buildings. I don't think they should be beating people up. I don't think they should be violent in any way. I think that they should be smart. Like what Nick and the Groypers are doing, that's smart. What Nick is doing with the way he's framing his entire Groyper war, super smart. We're going to be professional. We're going to be nice. We're going to be cordial. We're going to be well-mannered. That's the way it should be. But we're not on the same team. I am not a Christian, and you are in my house, and while you are in my house, you will follow my rules. No fucking proselytizing in my house. No offense to Christians. I fully support you believing whatever you do, but I don't want to see proselytizing in my chat. I'm sorry.
As someone who is also in the South and whose school also used tear gas on the protesters here, a special kind of solidarity, I guess. But thank you so much. And we will go next to Adari Tamayo at University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee Students for Democratic Society. Take it away.
Cool. Yeah, thanks for having me on. I know, like everybody else, it's a pleasure and an honor to be here.
How stereotypical.
And speak to some of our experiences here in Milwaukee. I'll start off by explaining a little bit of how our encampment came to be. It came to be as a student-led coalition of 5 organizations. It was the Muslim Student Association, the Students for Justice in Palestine, Young Democratic Socialists of America, UNPAC, and of course the Students for Democratic Society. We definitely had an encampment that was a force to be reckoned with. We stood up for 16 days, after threats of trying to shut us down pretty much every day came from the university. Us 5 organizations had worked together in the past, and the majority of us are a part of the statewide Coalition for Justice in Palestine. But we had never really been like a official unified front. We were fairly disunited in our demands, our tactics, and overall strategy.
Yeah.
But it became apparent that we had to be united on the simple things and 5 student organizations are much stronger than one. And like I said, this unity in tactics and strategy and demands, it made it easy for the administration to try to divide us. We had a general campaign being ran by SDS since the fall. We had an action nearly every week, and it really peaked in February after we led occupation of the school's administrative building. This resulted in 5 SDS members being arrested. I myself was thrown face first on the ground after being zip tied. But we after that we began fighting civil charges as well as conduct charges on campus. For months, the administration tried to use this as justification to try to isolate SDS and put all the student organizations fighting for a free Palestine against each other. Try to play on our differences in tactics. See, like, oh, these guys are too radical. You shouldn't work with them. They're too unreasonable. And it didn't work. We quickly realized, after speaking with each other, we realized, that this is just, COINTELPRO 2.0. I know that shit never ended. And we made it clear to the administration that, they're not dealing with us as individuals or as individual organizations anymore. They're dealing with the united front of organizations fighting for the same cause. While many students and organizations part of this coalition were relatively new to political activism, like the MSA, they're largely a cultural organization. It was a massive transformation of all these organizations. The coalition as a whole became more open to militant and direct approaches. We really saw what it meant for decades to happen in weeks. This movement that we had been building for a long time, that saw escalations across the country for months, in building occupations, disruptions of, Board of Regents meetings and things like that. And it really hit ahead, once the encampment started and, students began taking over large swaths of campus and taking over entire buildings, that became the dominant tactic. So, once we came together as a coalition, our primary goal was to plan for an encampment. Some way or another, the university caught wind of this, and they sent a last ditch email to certain student organizers, trying to just scare them away, saying that camping on campus is illegal. You're gonna let's meet and we can do all the things that we said we couldn't do the past 6-7 months. And these students and these organizations said hell no, it's too late for that. It's too late you're not going to talk to us as individuals anymore. You got to talk to everybody in the coalition or you talk to nobody. And that was a massive change to a couple months ago when we were all trying to deal with administration on as our individual organizations. But our encampment, it not only just raised the level of struggle, the level of consciousness, throughout our campus. We were able to land a blow against the enemy, a blow against the administration, a blow against the statewide Board of Regents, the statewide or the local Zionist forces, and ultimately, we tied our struggle to a wider anti-imperialist struggle in our own right. We launched with this pretty strict and firm anti-imperialist platform, highlighting the reality of U.S. involvement in the genocide, the origins of its, securing markets and establishing a military outpost. And our demands, they reflected that. They were to, disclose and divest like, most people, but also to cut all ties, period. Any and all companies doing, normalizing relations. We wanted no part in that. day one, our plan of attack was to announce a rally to get large group of people out on campus at the same time. And there was like undercover cops throughout campus, just kind of like keeping tally of how many people were there. But we quickly outnumbered them. So we marched around campus to our encampment site. We set up right away. We started out with enough tents for like 95 people. So we had a pretty large encampment to start with. Took over a pretty big piece of a lawn on campus. That first day, that was probably the day with the highest tension. There was the University of Wisconsin-Madison, which is the largest state school in Wisconsin, has 55,000 students. Pretty huge school. They also started an encampment basically the same time we did, so the state was on high alert. The governor sent out they declared a no encampment zone, and that schools had to do everything in their power to shut down these encampments. So that we saw the effects of that, governor's order, and the police were rallying across the street from us. They were amassing, a couple dozen of them, departments from across Milwaukee County. We put up the barricades right away. We made shields. We rallied people to come to the encampment, and quickly the city police actually refused to raid us, even though that the campus police was practically begging them to do something to us. But the campus police did not have the manpower, and quite frankly, neither did all the different departments across the county. So, after that first day, we didn't really sleep much that first night. We went to sleep with our shoes on, went to sleep with our helmets and our goggles right next to us, with our 5-gallon water jug right outside of our tent, ready to go if we had to. And that it wasn't for no reason. It wasn't just to we were playing anything up. We saw what happened across the country. The police and the reactionary instigated violence. But we also saw the brave student defenses, like at Humboldt. So we were prepared for anything. We were prepared to stand up and fight back if we had to. After that first day, that first night, we didn't really have a police presence at any point that gave us that we felt like we were gonna get raided. It was pretty relaxed. Nobody faced any arrests. There was police parked nearby the encampment, but never enough for it to really worry us. So we established ourselves very well. We were able to carry out our political program for the 16 days that we were there. We had various committees that were running 24/7. We had a security committee, medic committee, logistics committee that took care of organizing food drop-offs and the overall day-to-day program, and a supplies committee that was running to and from where most of our stuff was stored, and replenishing things at camp. So we had everything we needed to be there for as long as we had to. We ran teach-ins and various trainings throughout the 2 weeks we were there. Not only were we very militant in our approach and with the barricades, but raising the level of militancy among the student body, taking inspiration from the revolutionary Palestinian people. But we also made a conscious effort in engaging in a community-wide movement to raise the level of consciousness. When at a point not too long ago, only like 6 or 7 staff felt like they could sign a pro-Palestine petition. Once the encampment launched, over 120 faculty and staff signed a letter in solidarity with the encampment. Similarly, the largest labor organization in the Milwaukee area, the Milwaukee Area Labor Council, signed a resolution in support of the encampment and its demands. On campus itself, we saw students that had never even been to a rally, that had never even picked up a sign before, taking up integral roles at the encampment, doing overnight security shifts, doing medic training, and doing whatever they could to be involved. So it was really beautiful to see. We saw that these advanced actions, when the conditions are right, they will advance large swaths of people. We saw the United Front in action with the various movements and the various tendencies united in action. We saw the mass line in action, and we were conscious to always be the headlights and not the taillights in the various movements that we were involved in. So aside from our day-to-day programming, there was also a couple high-profile events that took place during the encampment. May Day was the first week of our encampment, so there was a large car caravan that came from the citywide May Day march that came to our encampment. The following day, we participated in a high school student walkout in which they walked out of a campus and then they marched to our encampment. Drawing back to the East LA blowouts. A lot of these high school students were saying, once I get to UWM or once I get to college, I'm going to join SDS or I'm going to start a chapter if there isn't one where I go to school. It was a pretty cool to see that the student movement is like getting to a point where it's self-sustaining. So after that first week, those high energy actions, was pretty much a week-long rally. We wake up, we're already chanting, we go to sleep chanting. It was a lot. But we finally got the administration to meet with us after that, after being at the encampment for 1 week. They gave us a bunch of nothing. But then after saying that they couldn't meet with us for another 3 months, it's like, oh, like take down your encampment and we'll meet with you in like August. We laughed it off and we made them meet with us, and 2 days later, and then we met it again 2 days after that. We through this process we were talking with students that didn't understand the point of having something such as the encampment as a vital tool in the overall strategy. Just like a union uses the strike as a tactic, that the encampment was our strike, so to speak. But ultimately, after 16 days, we shut down our encampment. We didn't achieve full disclosure, but we did get our chancellor to use his political power and his position as treasurer in this local organization called the Water Council to cut ties with 2 Israeli water companies that have been directly implicated in shutting off water for the people of Gaza. We got the school to resolutely condemn the genocidal actions of Israel. They mentioned the word scholasticide. And we got other major rhetorical wins. We forced them to not address the 1,200 Israeli casualties as innocent, because as we all know, there was various members of the military and the police involved that were casualties. Things like that. It seemed like nothing at the time, but it's part and parcel to changing the overall narrative in the movement. So we didn't take that lightly. And then we also forced the school to begin a formal investigation into their study abroad programs to Israel. We're still fighting to have a wider representation from students and friendly faculty on this like investigative committee. But and any reasonable conclusion will end with these study abroad programs ending. And thankfully, there hasn't been a study abroad program to occupied Palestine for many years, anyways. But we're still fighting to make sure that there's never any again. And then we also forced them to set up a meeting with the UWM Foundation, which controls all the investments. After they had said that they could never do that. So we got a lot of nevers. That a lot of things that they said that we'd never get it, we got them. As a result of the encampment. And then obviously, not everybody was happy with the end of the encampment. I think a lot of it was due to a lapse in communication. A lot of decisions, were on the spot or they happened overnight. We had a meeting that went from like 8 p.m. to almost 4 a.m. I don't recommend doing that. the administration definitely achieved their goal in, keeping us up all night, arguing about, minutia and, trying to sow the disunity, but, they didn't succeed. And ultimately it was up to how we engaged in summation, and how we summarized the overall gains and lessons from the encampment. And ultimately we did win that battle for summation. And we didn't see ending the encampment as a defeat. We're simply changing our tactics. The encampment ended largely on our terms. We took it down, as opposed to the encampment fizzling out or being prematurely raided by the pigs. And I think that's something positive to look to. And to back up our summation, one day after the encampment ended, it was Nakba Day, and this student-led coalition led a 300 to 400 person march to the doorsteps of the foundation. So definitely, the movement was still alive. Just because, like many thought that just because the encampment ended, it meant everything that we had was out the window. But we showed that it is not the case. We, as communists, like Mira said, we took our revolutionary task to heart. Those cadre that took part in the encampment. We did, we asked ourselves if we won everything that we could win, and we said yes. We got everything out of the school that we could have got. But even though we didn't get disclosure or divestment, we now know that we can only get that from the foundation, and that's what we're focusing all our energies from. Definitely dealt a blow to the enemy, both on campus. None of us got any charges. We got full amnesty. We threw their hypocrisy at their face, calling our encampment illegal for 2 weeks, and then nothing came out of it. And we got major rhetorical wins, and then some other major advancements in cutting ties to Israel. And we definitely raised the level of
Poured beer down my
consciousness,
face.
not just on our campus but throughout the city. And
I'm sorry, I'm not talking a lot, guys. I'm kind of just letting it play because I'm dealing with a situation in my DMs, and so I apologize if anything important comes up. I expect my mods to cover it in the chat. I am listening, but I'm only half listening because I'm dealing with a fucking situation. Okay.
And we did win many of the advanced over to the revolutionary movement. To sum it all up, as we know, the RNC is coming to Milwaukee in just about a month. They'll be here July 15th. And our work in the coalition to march on the RNC has definitely heightened since the encampment. Every new member of SDS is also a part of the various committees of the coalition. We just a week ago today, an SDS contingent led interruption of the business and finance meeting for the Board of Regents. During a presentation on like moving forward together or whatever they called it. And so we went in there, tried to read a statement, and after some comrades were arrested and cited for that, dragged out of the room and let go. We went to the press conference for the Coalition to March on RNC to announce that we're suing the city for the permits that we've been asking for nearly 2 years. So the student movement, the youth in the city has definitely reinvigorated all aspects of the people's movements. I'm sure not just in Milwaukee, but throughout the country. It's definitely being reflected in the level of struggle that we haven't seen in a long time, and it'll definitely be reflected when we all march on the racist and reactionary Republicans in July, and Genocide Joe and his crew in August. And to leave y'all off with at least attempt to leave y'all off with something positive. Something we brought up throughout the encampment was a quote by Huey Newton. He said the revolution has always been in the hands of the young, and that the young will always inherit the revolution. So for all the young people on the call, or not so young, it doesn't matter. We got to remember we got to take back our futures. And we can only do that by organizing and committing ourselves to revolutionary movements. So, don't see any action you take as isolated from the overall goal of, changing society.
Yeah. Absolutely. And a couple of things are incredible work that y'all have done. I saw the University of Wisconsin president condemning y'all's university president on social media. So you got the Tigers fighting, right? Same way that the police were fighting, isolating and weakening them. You know, they can't get their shit together if they're confused over what even happened and who to blame. And you know, if folks didn't catch that, people on this call should be thinking about marching on the RNC. And there's mentioned earlier, there's going to be an online planning report, basically June 24th on a Monday, to speak with the Coalition to March on the RNC and learn how we can do that. The same as we're going to march on the DNC too. So, you know, as mentioned earlier, but yeah, incredible work. And we will go next to our final program speaker of the night, and then we'll take questions. We'll hear from Denver Students for Democratic Society's Khalid Ahmad Hamu. Go ahead, Khalid.
Hi, everyone. I want to also thank the folks on this call for making it out. I know it's been an hour and 20 minutes. But yeah, thank y'all so much. The Denver Students for a Democratic Society has had a divestment campaign going on since November. We actually switched to that from another campaign that we had going on because we were able to move so many more students. It went from like tens of people to like hundreds of people at our protest. We were like we have to do this, along with the Palestinian people needing the support from us. Denver Students for a Democratic Society is the only student-led political org on our campus. So we're the only ones who set up the encampment. It wasn't like a coalition or anything like that. We did have some support from the local Colorado Palestine Coalition that we've been organizing with since October 7th. Our campus is in the middle of downtown Denver, has a really high working class background, and there's 3 schools on our campus. It's a tri-institutional campus. It is the University of Colorado, Denver. It is the Metropolitan State University and the Community College of Denver. We start off with only demands at the University of Colorado, but we then added on demands to the Metropolitan State University as well. We put up our the way the week went is that we started messaging each other about wanting to do an encampment on Monday. We had an online meeting on Tuesday. Wednesday night, we prepared banners and tents. And then Thursday, April 25th, we set up our encampment. And there were only 8 people on this call, and we were able to last 22 days. On the second day, we had 60 riot police pull up on us, and we didn't have that many people with us. So we did a semicircle around the camp, locked arms. There were only about like 20 of us. 2 hours later, a total of 45 people were arrested. People who had just come to support were getting arrested. It was insane. It was insane brawls going on nationwide. People had seen the Denver Police Department violently attack peaceful student protesters who were only fighting to see an end to ties to genocide. After the police left, we had set right back up. We had now over 100 people versus the 20 people in the morning. We got on the mic. We submitted this as a victory. The police wanted to destroy camp, and we still had the tents, and we had more people to set right back up. Even when they came back later that day, we were steadfast in keeping camp up and our demands. And with more people this time, we surrounded camp, locked arms again, and the police left an hour and 30 minutes later with no arrest that night. We were able to last so long because this issue had popular support. On our campus, our STS meetings doubled in size immediately with students who were militant and ready to fight. The popular support also extended to the city of Denver and people all across the state. They're willing to support in any way they can. They were giving us tents, they were giving us clothes, they were giving us food. They were like, we need to put ourselves on the line so we can protect the students. This really is a popular struggle.
Can I just take a moment? To tell you guys what's going on? Can I take a point of personal privilege? Can I interrupt? I apologize for tuning out there for a second. I literally have someone in my DMs right now arguing with me about whether or not queer theory is a Gnostic sex cult. And I'm trying to tell them very nicely, James Lindsay's lying to you, and I'm being so nice about it. And they're like, so you think that James Lindsay is lying because he doesn't believe what you believe? And I say, it's not what I believe. It's about what leftist trainings show. And this is a person with like a lot of followers. And I said, it's not what I believe. It's what leftist trainings show. And they say, oh, so you think James just needs to take your position? And I said, well, my position is the clear pattern of what is showing up in leftist trainings. James's position is made up bullshit and nonsense. And they go, but all of this stuff has ties back to Gnosticism. And I say, you only think that because James has lied to so many people about what's going on that everyone just takes that as a given. But it's not actually true. And here's evidence that it's not actually true. What? So you just want me to take your position? I'm like, I'm literally just telling you what the evidence shows, and I'm giving you links so that you can see the evidence for yourself. Why do you hate James? Well, James keeps insulting me to 500,000 people, and he keeps telling people I have a personality disorder. You seem really obsessed with James. No, I'm pretty sure James is the one obsessed with me because he's the one that actually keeps making character attacks. Why are you so obsessed with James? Well, because he keeps making character attacks on me to 500,000 people. It seems like you're the one making character attacks. Well, the evidence doesn't actually bear that out because in half of these character attacks, I am not even mentioning James. The only reason this person is even in my DMs is because I made an argument about queer theory being about abolishing the gender binary and parental rights, and that pissed off James's friends so much that they threw a fucking hissy fit on Twitter last night. How dare Carlin? Carlin is suspect. I didn't even mention James. Yeah. One of the hosts. Yeah. I didn't even fucking mention James. I didn't mention any of James's friends that were sitting in the chat. I made no personal attacks. Literally all I did was say queer theory is about abolishing the gender binary and the nuclear family, which is an attack on capitalism, and parental rights are considered to be private property under capitalism. And James's friends threw a massive fucking hissy fit. And now this person seems to think that I'm the one attacking James when I didn't even fucking bring him up. Why are you saying James is lying? Because he's fucking lying. How do you know? Because I've watched thousands of hours of this bullshit. I have watched more queer Marxism than any other person on the planet, except for possibly the people in my chat who have watched it all with me. Oh yeah, you just want James to have your opinion? It's not my opinion. It's documented what comes up in these trainings over and over and over and over and over again. It's obvious this all has roots in Gnosticism. There are literally no roots in Gnosticism that are documented in any of the actual fucking real world fucking trainings. The only reason that people think that queer theory is about fucking Gnosticism is James Lindsay has lied to millions of people. To millions of fucking people. And at the same time that James Lindsay has lied to millions of people, when my community members tried to put clips of real leftist trainings in James's feed just to show people what was actually being said in real leftist trainings, James blocked them and then smeared them to his entire fucking audience. We need to re-engage with our war against James Lindsay. Because this is fucking bullshit. I did nothing last night that was unprofessional. I did nothing last night that was irresponsible. I did nothing but go into a Twitter space and accurately articulate that queer theory is about abolishing the gender binary and an attack on the nuclear family because parental rights are considered to be a form of private property under capitalism, and they think the gender binary was created by capitalism, and people need to understand this so they can actually protect their kids in fucking school. That was all that I fucking did. But no. James Lindsay's fans and James Lindsay's friends can't have anyone giving an accurate fucking definition of queer theory as long as they're around, because everyone has to think that this is a Gnostic fucking conspiracy theory to placate James Lindsay's fucking ego. I am so sick of this bullshit. I am so fucking sick of it. Why are you attacking James? I'm not attacking James. He's attacking me. Why are you obsessed with James? I'm not. He's obsessed with me. I was told that I would probably cause a disruption in future spaces, and so maybe I just shouldn't. It's just like, you know what? Fuck all of you. Honest to God. This is why I have no interest in dealing with these people at all. I had not even interacted with these people in so fucking long. And I saw a Twitter space last night. I was like, maybe we can just give it a try. Let's just see what happens. And I was completely fucking professional. And I didn't make any personal attacks on anyone. I didn't even fucking mention them. But of course, I'm the problem because James Lindsay's fans, as that Twitter space were going on, were talking shit about me in the replies to that Twitter space. They were going on their feeds and me, how dare Carlin, me. And so as soon as I got out of that Twitter space and I saw these fucking personal attacks, which I didn't even fucking make a personal attack, I responded to them and I was like, oh, I see. So you're okay with James lying and smearing me, and you have no intellectual arguments to make. And this is the thing that pisses me off the most. None of these people have any fucking intellectual arguments to make about any of the things I say. All they do is engage in personal attacks and lie and spread bullshit all over the internet. And not only are they lying about me, not only are they lying about you, not only are they lying about Reagan, not only are they lying about every fucking person who has ever shared my content that James has blocked and smeared, they're also lying to millions of people who just want answers because they just want to protect their kids. I am so fucking sick of this fucking bullshit. I am so sick of this. This is why I don't even try anymore. This is why I don't even try with these people. Because every single fucking time I try, it ends up with me getting attacked, me getting called insane, when I don't even do anything unprofessional. Yeah, I'm absolutely sure they got messages last night about the fact that they dared let me speak in their Twitter space. I am absolutely fucking positive. And they dared to say that they liked what I had to say. I am 100% positive. Why are you letting her attack James? I did it! Do you think this person in your DMs got struggle sessioned? Yup. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. And you guys want to know why I don't put myself out there for this stuff? It's because, like, I'm in a place where if people are meant to find my content, they will find it. But every single fucking time I put myself out there for this stuff, I get attacked, I get smeared, I get called all sorts of names, people post horrible things about me online. Literally, all I'm trying to do is show people what is going on in leftist trainings. That's it. But no, we can't do that. Because James has to have all the attention, and James has to have it his way, and James cannot be contradicted at all, and James is not capable of taking in new evidence and assimilating it to his worldview, and James has to have the final say over fucking everything, and James will tell you who you can platform and who you can't platform, and James will tell you what ideas you can consider and what ideas you can't, and if you go against James, not only are you going to get hit on your ass, and he's going to block you and smear you to 500,000 fucking people, you're also going to get all his fucking cultists that don't understand what the fuck they're talking about. They're going to do exactly the same fucking thing. Not a single one of these people has ever watched the amount of queer Marxist training that we've watched on this channel. Not a single one of these people has ever watched the Abolish the Family stuff that we've done on this channel. Not a single one of these people can accurately and simply explain these things to parents in a way they can understand. Not a single one of these people have done anything, but they'll go and fucking attack you if you dare speak up in a fucking Twitter space. I am so sick of this bullshit. I can't even stand it. So, I didn't expect to quite have that many feelings about this. That was a lot. That was a little bit of a go off. It's a little bit of a go off. It's a little bit of a go off. I don't even know what I would say to Nick on a Twitter space right now, to be honest. I don't even know what I would say. I might not have anything to say. That's a different thing. Conservatives are so fucking weak. Yep, weak-willed cucks. Yep, they are. Yep. Alex, for the beer, the throat lozenge, so you can make it through Socialism Saturday. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, guys. Hey, we met the super chat goal. All that was required to meet the super chat goal was for me to yell for 5 minutes about something that none of us can control. You know, I could have gone into that space and I could have made personal attacks. Logan Lansing and Lisa Logan were right there. I could have made personal attacks. But I would never do that in someone else's Twitter space. I would never disrupt what someone else is doing to make personal attacks. I have my own fucking Twitter feed. I can say whatever the fuck I want on a Twitter feed. I have literally never been anything but respectful when I'm in other people's spaces. They're the ones that turn this into a personal attack. They're the ones that turned educating parents into a fucking competition for likes and fucking retweets. They're the ones who are spreading bullshit Oprah, Gnostic, WEF, worldwide globalist, fucking new age, fucking conspiracy theories and lying to millions of people and saying things that are not remotely hinged into reality. And they're the ones that are not able to watch leftist trainings and actually understand it, even though they claim to be experts in this. Well, this is a good point, Angel Eyes. Yuri Bezmenov did say, even if the truth is right in front of their face, they won't believe it. James is going to get people's kids taken away. Yeah. The reason I stood out so much in that Twitter space is I was the only one who fucking knew anything. That I heard. That's why I stood out. That's why I got a good reception. And I'll tell you what, too. I knew that they were going to bring James on their Twitter space next week. Was I going to go cause any shit? No, of course not. I would never disrespect someone else's space like that. Because James might like to lie and tell people I'm a narcissist, but I actually care more about teaching people this information than I do about fucking punking James on a Twitter space. I have never attacked James until he has attacked me and until he has attacked people in my community. But if I'm smeared to 500,000 people on Twitter, you think I'm not going to respond? When James Lindsay photoshops evidence claiming that no one watches my streams, you think I'm not going to respond? When James Lindsay tells people that I'm in a Gnostic sex cult, which he literally did, you think I'm not going to respond? When James Lindsay tells people to block people like Reagan for teaching what queer theory is and said, this is all part of an organized campaign against me. Yeah, James, we talk. We're in a community. You think I'm going to keep quiet when James is smearing people and lying to them? Here's my treat to the person who is an expert on these things, all backed up with contemporary literature. Yeah. Yep. And the fact is, and let's just be very clear about this, in all of the attacks that James Lindsay has ever made on me, he has never once made an intellectual argument. Literally never once made an intellectual argument to combat my ideas and our ideas. Do you know why he's never made an intellectual argument? He can't. And this is why I am unapologetic about saying James is lying. James is lying. There is no universe in which James Lindsay does not understand that all of this stuff is an attack on capitalism, which is defined as private property ownership, private property being your home, your land, your businesses, your apartment rentals, your intellectual property, your parental rights, your individual liberties. There is no universe in which James Lindsay does not understand that queer theory is an attack on capitalism, because literally every fucking queer theory training says it. Every queer theory training says it. Every fucking piece of literature says it. Don't tell me that James is telling the truth when he refuses to tell people that queer theory is an attack on capitalism because they believe that parental rights are a form of capitalism. They're trying to abolish parental rights to get at the nuclear family because they consider the nuclear family to be the reproduction house of fucking capitalism. Every single person in my audience can explain this. 0 people in James's audience can explain this because James will not tell them. No. First of all, no, I am not happy when people steal my work. You want to know why I'm not happy when people steal my work? Because when people steal my work and claim it as their own, I don't get funding for my work. If I don't get funding for my work ceases to exist. I am independently funded. I am not funded by a fucking astroturfed organization like Moms for Fucking Liberty. I am not funded by Turning Point USA. The only reason that I can tell people the truth without a political narrative is I'm independently funded. So you're goddamn right. I care if people steal my fucking work. But more than that, James Lindsay's not taking my ideas. James Lindsay is lying and making shit up that has no basis in reality at all. So not only is he not telling people the truth, he's obfuscating what the truth is. James Liar is too lazy to watch real DEI, Marxists and socialists and communists in real time, as in the now, and is stuck in the past. James Lindsay can't move on to respect. Yeah, that's exactly right. Hey, thanks for the super chat. I will say James will cause the trans Floyd event. It only takes a low information Bible thumper to act on James Lindsay's Gnostic Lucification BS. Fight me, James Lindsay stands. Yeah, I mean, I kind of feel the same about it. Here's a retarded conservative. So this show is just you yelling at your audience. Goodbye. Goodbye. Enjoy your ban. Goodbye. Tell me you don't really believe this. Tell me you're smarter than this. Please tell me you're smarter than this. I don't know if I can work with you if you're not smarter than that. Yeah, James was fighting with Dave Smith today. Oh, God. And don't even get me started on the fact that Dave Smith doesn't seem to understand that the left is Marxist. That was pretty shocking to me. Anyway, guys, I think we might call it a day. I just don't feel like watching another 50 minutes of this, to be honest. I'm in a bad mood now. We've seen enough. Maybe we can finish it up another day. I've literally only had one beer. I am not remotely drunk. Sad but true. I am not remotely drunk. I just saw SCOTUS has ruled Title IX. Ruling is red states can block trans athletes from competing in women's sports if they want. Hey, well, I mean, I think any state, not just red states, right? Any state, which is pretty great. Well, I want to thank people who made it to the end. I want to thank people who endured my yelling just then. I needed to work out some feelings. All right. I'm just so sick of this bullshit. I'm just so sick of it. It's just like, I don't know why this is so difficult. I don't know why it is so difficult to say, just look at the video. You're a narcissist. Well, I don't think that's true, but even if I am, just look at the video. Why would I take your word for it? You're literally not. Just look at the video. I'm not going to watch anything you post. This has been every fucking day of my life. Because James Lindsay has lied to so many people. And I'm like, literally all I do is have leftist training videos. That's it. That's it. That's it. Why do you hate James? Because James is lying to people. See, I wasn't there for their part. I didn't hear their part. You had a better reception than both the Logans on that space last night. I know, because I'm better than them. And that's why I'm sure they were in that guy's DMs complaining about me. That's why they all took to their feet. Me, how dare she? How dare she show us up? Me. My work is better. It's always been better. I didn't know it until probably 8 months ago, but my work is better. It's always been better. It's always been more accurate. It's always been more effective at teaching people. It's universally always been better. And that's why they have to constantly smear me. And that's why they have to constantly lie to people about what we're doing. And I don't know how to do what Nick is doing. I don't know how to get people to spread my stuff out there like the Groypers spread Nick's stuff out there. I don't know how to do that. I don't know. I don't know if it's even possible, because people are so much more passionate about like the Jewish stuff than they are about the far left stuff. Like, not the real far left. Like, people are really passionate about all the bullshit and like the libs of TikTok clickbait bullshit, but they're not passionate about the real stuff. And like, that's actually the thing that's going to fuck us all over. But no one wants to talk about it. And I just don't know what to do. And I feel like we've tried so many times. And I feel like we've had really good bursts of energy, right? Like when we first started going after James Lindsay to try to get him to say capitalism, when we took over his podcast premiere, like, we've had success. But I just don't know how we can. I can't do this. I feel like, and I know I'm not on my own, and I know so many of you support me, and so I'm like, what I'm going to say might sound a little selfish. I don't want anyone to think I don't appreciate them, but like, I oftentimes feel like I'm pushing a giant boulder up the hill by myself. And not only am I pushing it up the hill by myself, but I have all these fucking accounts, all these fucking big name people throwing shit at me and lying about me and all this shit. And I'm like, I literally just want you to look at the video. Just look at the fucking video. Can you stop talking and just look at the video? And then they say, you're a narcissist and you just want your ideas above everyone else. And I'm just like, can you just please shut the fuck up and look at the video? Why are you telling me to shut the fuck up? You're a narcissist. You must think a lot of yourself. You have personality. It's like every goddamn day. And I constantly feel, and like, I have so much I want to do. I have so many ideas. I have so many fucking ideas. And then I sit down to do them. And I'm just like, it's so exhausting. And I feel like no matter what I do, and no matter how much stuff I put out there, no matter how many clips I make, no matter how many articles I write, no matter how many clips you guys make, no matter how much we document, I've always known that what I'm doing is more for history than for right now, and I get that. I really do. But it's like, it's just never fucking good enough, and it's just always the same thing every day. Why are you attacking James? I'm not attacking James. He's attacking me. Why are you doing this? Why are you don't you know this is all Gnostic? It's really not Gnostic, and I can show you documentation of that. I'm not looking at what you have to say. You're a narcissist. It's like every goddamn day. Here's a picture of you looking fat and ugly. Here's a Photoshop picture of you looking really fat and ugly. Don't you know you're fat and ugly? Why are you even on the internet? Why are you attacking? Like every fucking day. Every fucking day. No one ever asked James why he won't have an intellectual discussion. No one ever asked James why he's photoshopping things and sending them out to 500,000 people attacking me. No one ever asked James why he's amplifying people who have been stalking me for years, literally stalking me. No one asked James why he's attacking people like Reagan, who are literally just posting a definition of queer theory and telling his 500,000 followers to block her and not listen to her. No one ever asked James why he's amplifying Lisa Logan's insane theory that Oprah is behind a globalist goddamn conspiracy theory. Oh, but John Morgan writes a fan fiction where James has a bit part for fun, and that's like the end of the goddamn world. After being attacked resoundingly for months and months and months, John Morgan writes a fan fiction in which James Lindsay gets whipped until he says whiteness is capitalism and then burned alive for fun that was just for my community that no one else even cared about. And James had a massive hissy fit about that. So John Morgan and I, by proxy, are the fucking evil ones in this situation. When James is lying to millions of people, no one gives a flying fuck about that. But John Morgan writes a fan fiction that's just for my community, and oh god, the world comes crashing fucking down. Anyway, I know I'm just complaining at this point, but like, I don't know what to do. And you guys know I get into these funks every couple of months where I'm just like, this is all fucking pointless and we're all fucked anyway. And people are trying to help and they're trying to volunteer. And Reagan's got this far left clips account that she's doing a great job of making clips of. And like, she's doing such a good job of like, just like breaking it down and explaining things really thoroughly. And it's just like, maybe we should try to do weekly spaces on Twitter where all of us on Twitter get together and talk about these things and we try to bring other people in and then we control the fucking Twitter space. Maybe that's what we need to do. Maybe we just need to be the ones controlling the Twitter spaces so we can actually fucking focus, and maybe we can market the Twitter spaces out, do like a regular thing on Twitter spaces. And you know what? If James wants to come to my fucking Twitter space and have an intellectual debate, then I'll allow that. Because unlike James, I can actually have an intellectual discussion about this. And if all of us can get in these fucking Twitter spaces, maybe once a week and broadcast that out and start attracting these people, maybe then I won't have to deal with people in my DMs going, why are you attacking James? Why are you obsessed with James? Are you a narcissist? Why are you doing this? And I'm like, look at the fucking evidence. They're like, you're attacking James. I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm like, can't we just talk about actual fucking issues for fucking what? Apparently, we need to be just in complete control of every fucking factor, and we can't rely on anyone else to actually be able to look at evidence and know what's going on. So maybe that's what we need to do. Maybe we just need to start a weekly Twitter space. Unwoke Wednesdays. There we go. Unwoke Wednesdays. We'll do that. Would people actually come and participate and speak in the Twitter space if we did that? And I mean speak, I mean teach. Like, I'm looking at like people like Human Centipede, Reagan, like anyone who follows my content that wants to. Can we just like have a discussion about these things? Maybe we pick a new topic, because like I need smart people to come and participate. And we can do clickbait titles and stuff to get like conservatives in there, but like it's gonna be driven by the smart people. This is like gonna be smart people. I don't know who else we can get. I'm sure there are a lot of other people we can get to come in the Twitter space and talk to us, but like I'm just so sick of this. And then if these people who have a problem with me defending myself against James Lindsay, if they want to come into my Twitter space and talk to me, then they can do that. But if I can't get people to participate, we can't do that either. Maybe we can use this new re-education series I'm using on the Substack for that. I'm just brainstorming now. Like, we're not going to do any other content tonight. I'm just brainstorming. I mean, I wish I had a list of these parents. I don't have a list of these people. Like, it's like I get messages so often from people who like say, "Oh, Carlin, I'm homeschooling my kids because of you," but like I don't keep track of that. I probably should have, but I just don't keep track of it, you know? I don't keep track of it. Yeah, this is like Tucker Carlson talking about Nick Fuentes, but refuses to actually talk to Nick Fuentes. It's exactly the same thing. It's exactly the same fucking thing. The reason James does this is he knows I'm right. He knows my content is better. He knows I'm a better teacher. He knows my audience is better. And that's why he blocks fucking everyone. And I think the most absurd thing is that I think every single one of us, every fucking single one of us would have been completely fine working with James. Every single one of us would have been completely fine working with James Lindsay. Every single one of us would have been patient with James. Every single one of us would have talked to James about the different clips that we're finding. Every single one of us would have just like let James have his opinion as long as he didn't block us and fucking smear us. Every single one of us. We were all blocked. We were not even rude. He just didn't like it that we were showing people videos from real leftist trainings and showing people real documents, because those real documents confirmed that James was not telling the truth, and that the narrative that James is paid to promote by Moms for Liberty and Turning Point USA was not the truth. James is the one who burned the bridge. I did not burn the bridge. James is the one who burned the fucking bridge. But no, I'm the one that has to deal with this bullshit constantly. Fucking constantly. Anyway. So, I don't really know what to do. I don't know what to do. So if anyone has any ideas, I'm more than open to hearing them. I'm always more than open to hearing them. He hasn't blocked you yet. You want to keep tabs on him? Well, we really should do another podcast takeover of James's podcast premiere as well. So everyone make sure you've got an alternate YouTube account, and everyone make sure you've got it subscribed to the New Discourses podcast, and we'll keep an eye out for a good one that we can like take over and really cause some problems and probably set up several different alt accounts, because if we do this again, James is going to block us again. So we need to have backup accounts. You can really set up as many fucking accounts as you want. It's like not a big deal. It's not that hard. But we should probably do that again. It just boggles my mind. It's like I am not the only one that has this issue with James. James did this to Jack Posobiec and Joshua Lissick. They just wrote the Unhumans book. It's on the New York Times bestseller list. James was getting in fights with them. James was smearing them. James was like, Michael O'Fallon was getting in fights with them. Michael O'Fallon was smearing them. I am like, and this all happened in public. I am literally not even the only person that James has done this to. I'm sure he's done it to other people too. I'm positive of it. This is not just a Carlin's the problem. Like, if I'm the problem, then Jack Posobiec and Joshua Lissick, the authors of Unhumans, are also the fucking problem, because James and Michael O'Fallon did exactly the same thing to them that they're doing to me. They don't like him at all. And they'll tell you that. Well, Passo's book was not made up BS because Joshua Lissick wrote it. And that guy's smart, and that guy knows his stuff. I need to take some writing tips from that guy. If you want a louder voice, you should come out as pro. Well, no, that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. But, I mean, is there anyone else in the anti-woke space who's coming out hard against Israel? I mean, I feel like I can be like the alternative to James for a lot of people, because I at least listen to you guys. We did a whole Twitter space last night talking about socialism in the JQ. It was great. I listened to you guys. Anyway, guys, we're just chatting now. I'm having one of my moments on stream where I'm just like processing. And I'm letting you guys see me process in real time. And I'm yelling a little bit. But like, can I be the leftist expert alternative for people who don't support Israel? I mean, I don't know. I don't know if that's even a thing. Because again, like, I mean, for the people who don't support Israel, a lot of them think that if we just get rid of the Jews, then the entire leftist problem will be solved, which is not correct. Which is not correct. At all. In any way. Well, I've been blackballed by them for years. That's been true for literally years. That's been true since the end of 2021. This is not new. They started calling me an anti-Semite at the end of 2021 because I was making a spiritual case that Hitler went to heaven. I didn't even say anything about the Holocaust. I didn't even say that Hitler was a good person. I literally just made the spiritual case that Hitler went to heaven because God loves everyone. Hell doesn't exist. Therefore, where else did you want him to go? They called me an anti-Semite for that. They blacklisted me then. So this isn't even a new problem. Like, and then I tried to be like, no, guys, I'm really not anti-Semitic for like years after that. I was like, no, I'm really not anti-Semitic. I was just making a spiritual argument. And I was so dumb and so naive that I was really like, oh, that's going to matter. Oh, they care about the truth. They don't give a fuck about the truth. They don't give a fuck about the truth. There are so many projects that I need to like get on the ball with. I've just been like, God, I know I feel like I say this all the time. I feel like I've said this all the time ever since I got really into like, ever since I red pilled on the JQ, which happened, it started happening in March. Takes a little time. Takes time to process. But I started red pilling on the JQ in March. And I feel like ever since then, I've gotten really unfocused with like the leftist stuff. And it's not like I'm not doing the left stuff. I go through spurts with it. I think we all go through spurts with it, but it's been really difficult, man. And part of the reason is not that I'm not interested in it. It's part of the reason that I don't have a million ideas. I have so many like things that are scattered all over the place that are like half done, half cocked things. I just feel like I can't focus for some reason. And I really think part of the issue is that I've just had such a hard time getting my message and my content out there. And then realizing that, you know, we're probably just like really fucked. We're probably just like really, really fucked. I feel like if I knew how to get people to watch my content more, then it would be easier. I don't know. I don't fucking know. Yeah, I mean, and this is the thing. It's hard to tell at any point in time which projects are more important because we have so many fucking projects. We have so many fucking projects in my community. We have so many fucking projects. They're all important. And maybe you could argue that maybe I get demotivated too quickly every time I get hit in the face with someone going, why are you obsessed with James Lindsay? Well, I'm not obsessed with him. He's obsessed with me. Why are you lying about James? I'm not lying about James. Here's evidence. I'm not going to look at it. Okay, well, what do you want me to do? You're a narcissist. Well, you know, fine, whatever. I just don't like that actually doesn't change video evidence as it turns out, but okay, you know, whatever. I don't think that that's true, though. I really don't. I don't think that that's true. Listen, like, I know that Nick said he talked to me on a Twitter space. I don't want to poo-poo that. That's fine. I'm not going to gain tons of followers from talking to Nick on a Twitter space, and I'm not going to gain tons of followers on something I actually care about. Not that I don't care about the Groypers, not that I don't care about what you guys are doing, not that I don't care about it, but like, you got to understand, like, the leftist stuff is the thing that I care about. The leftist stuff, the far left, analyzing that, breaking it down, teaching to people, showing people how it shows up in the world. That's what I care about. And I know that you're here, Andrew, and I know there are other Groypers that watch my content, but you guys aren't. I'm not going to get an audience from Nick that is directly related to what I'm doing. I'm going to get an audience from Nick because, oh, I talked to Nick on a Twitter space. And let's just be honest. It's not like even he and I are going to talk for that long. It's going to be like one question. And I don't even know what I would talk to him about right now. I really don't. I don't feel it's like productive to complain about the Trump campaign anymore because he's trying to change that and he's got this initiative underway to change that. And so I feel like if I jumped on a Twitter space to complain to Nick about here are all the things that are wrong with the Trump campaign, I feel like why are we even having that discussion anymore? We all know it's fucked up. Like, it would have been fun a week ago. Don't get me wrong. I could have worked out some feelings about that a week ago. But like now it's different. Now he's got this whole thing going and it's kind of like going back just to complain about how much the Trump campaign sucks. I'm not sure that's even worthy of discussion. And if I don't have anything to talk to him about, it's kind of like, I don't want to talk to him just to hear myself talk. So I don't even know what I would say to him at this point. So again, like, while I appreciate the guy sending that super chat, it's just kind of like things have changed. And yeah, I mean, Nick thinks the communism and socialism stuff is stupid. I can't have a discussion with him about it. He doesn't want to talk about it. He doesn't understand it as well as he thinks he does. He understands it better than I think some people do, but I don't think he understands it as well as I do. I think he like most people on like the right, the dissident right, think that like if you just get rid of the Jewish problem or the capitulation to Israel problem or like whatever, I think he thinks the rest of it will go away, which is absolutely not true. I can't explain that to him on a Twitter space. I'm not going to try to convince him. Nick is going to find out about the leftist problem when Nick tries to have kids in the state of Illinois and he realizes that he doesn't have parental rights anymore. That's when Nick is going to find out about the leftist problem. And until then, I just don't think I'm going to have his attention. You know? Which is fine. But no, I don't think that talking to Nick on a Twitter space is a solution to this problem. He doesn't know. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. Not really. No, he doesn't. If he already knew, then he would not be living in the state of Illinois. He would have already moved to a different state. He'd try to find his young, hot Catholic virgin wife in another state. He's not going to do that because he doesn't want to leave his family. I'm betting. So no, he does not know. I promise you. He might think he knows, but he doesn't know. Is the far left going to be banned in the USA? Nope. Nope. In all likelihood, the far left is going to overthrow the United States government in 10 to 15 years. No, I'm not going to bring it up in the space. I'm not. I'm absolutely not. I will not bring this up in a Twitter space with Nick. You want to know why? Because it's not going to be discussed. It's just going to be shit on. There's not going to be time to flesh out the ideas anyway. It is not the time and the place. I am absolutely not going to bring it up on a Twitter space with him. I don't even know if I'm going to do, I don't even know if I want to do that. Like I said, I don't really have anything to say to him right now. I really don't. Like, I don't think that bitching and complaining about the Trump campaign is like a productive use of time. He knows it sucks. He knows what's required to fix it. He doesn't need to talk to me for that. Bitching and complaining would have, like I said, bitching and complaining about the Trump campaign would have been fun a week ago. But now there's actually something that's trying to change it. I don't think you go back and you bitch and complain just for funsies after you're actually trying to fix something. I just don't think it makes sense. So I don't even know what I would talk to him about in a Twitter space right now. I really don't. Not that I wouldn't love to have a conversation with him, but not one that I think is appropriate for right now. And I'm not going to bring up any leftist stuff because it's not appropriate. I mean, Lauren Chen would have to ask me to be on her channel. I mean, I think I'm friendly enough with Lauren Chen, but like what even interview? Like, I don't know. I don't like shilling myself out to go on shows. I don't like it at all. So it's the constant conundrum, isn't it? It's like, I want more people to see my content. I want more people to learn from my content. But at the same time, I'm like, please don't make me show myself out to talk to influencers. God damn it. Yeah, I don't even know what I would say about that to him. I really don't. He knows what needs to be done. He doesn't need my input on that. Like, I don't know why he likes me. I have no idea. I truly don't. I have no idea. I have no idea why he likes me. I watch leftist training on the internet. I might be amusing. I might post pictures with my boobs in them every now and again. Which, let's like not be under any illusion that that's actually what Nick or the Gripers want, but I might be amusing. I might be an amusement. I might defend Nick. Maybe that's the value I bring to the table. I defend him. But I don't know why he actually likes me. I really don't. I'm just like reading stuff in the chat, guys. So if you have questions you want to ask, we're just hanging out now. I'm not going to do any more content today. I'm just hanging out. Just hanging out and talking because it's one of those days. Right now, I'll do whatever Nick tells me to do. Which is funny, right? Because like when I originally said that I was going to vote for Trump after he gave the emotional RNC speech, I was like, all right, Trump, like whatever. So like some groiper said to me, they're like, Carlin, you will vote for Nick, who Nick tells you to vote for. And I was like, fuck him. Nick's not getting to tell me who my vote is going to. I'm going to decide who my vote's going to. And now I'm just like, I'll vote for whoever fucking Nick tells me to vote for. I really do mean that. I'm like, no, I'm just like, I really do mean that. I like I just don't care. I don't care. I think that if Nick feels confident that the Trump campaign has met some sort of threshold to earn his trust, then I'll vote for him. If Nick does not feel confident in that, then I will either not vote or I will vote for Chase Oliver. That's it. So, does anyone have any more thoughts or any more questions before we wrap up? I'm kind of just paying attention to the chat right now. What would be a good video to share with a local ROTC? Well, if you don't mind a long video. Not that. That. The video I would always recommend sharing, go to How to Speak Socialist on my Substack. Go to the 4-hour on-demand class. It's actually 2 different videos. That's the long one. I also have, if you go under Video Vault, there's a whole bunch of short videos under here. There's a whole bunch of clips on my channel. So I would start there. I don't want to is the thing. It's like, it's not his fault that James has lied to him. It's not anyone's fault that James has lied to them. It's James's fault. It's not his fault that he believed James. He was probably just some guy that was looking for answers, and James is the guy that's propped up to give him answers, and he believed him and he trusted him when he shouldn't have. But I'm not gonna, if I call him out, that only makes me look like the bad guy. That only makes me look like the person that James says I am. That only makes me look like the one with the severe personality disorder, when in fact all I've been doing is defending myself for months. Not longer. Yes, I did send him the link to the training. He ignored it. I sent him the link twice to accept it. What's your position? Here's my position. No, I still don't understand what your position is. Here's my position. Go watch the video. This is what happens. They refuse to look. It's like, I can't show people anything because they refuse to fucking look. Groypers see the work of anti-wokeism coming leftist or Marxist as blue pill critique of power. It doesn't address Jewish power. I literally have addressed the JQ. I literally did a space about it last night. I've literally been talking about it. Not everything ends with the fucking Jewish question. And this is the thing. This is why. This right here is why, like, people think I'm clout chasing by associating with Nick and the Groypers. I'm going to get no audience from associating with Nick and the Groypers. If anything, it's going to turn people off. No, I am not giving up. Bro, I should fucking block you for this. Truly and sincerely. I should fucking block you for even saying this. You really think that, especially when I don't think that you assholes that are correct, when you say just solve the Jewish problem and all the rest of this goes away. No, it doesn't. And if you don't understand that, then you have learned fucking nothing. You really expect me to give up what I've been doing for the last 3.5 fucking years just because you guys want to talk about the Jews, the Jews, the Jews, the Jews, the Jews? None of you are financially supporting my work. Pony up. Start sending in fucking super chats. Start buying my merch. Start subscribing to my stuff. Until you guys are financially supporting my work, you don't get to tell me what content to fucking make. And I know I'm not going to get financially supported from Nick's audience because Nick's audience is going to financially support Nick. And that's fine, well, and good. But while that is happening, I am not going to be taking fucking recommendations. Carlin, just throw everything out the window and just start talking about the Jews all the time. Absolutely fucking not. No. I swear to God. You guys are going to get hit in the face with problems that you have no fucking idea about because you are convinced that the Jews are the start and the end of everything when they are not. It is one problem. It is not the only fucking problem. Anyway. You're a groiper and you agree with me? I appreciate that, JM. Yeah, you guys gotta understand that a lot of people in my audience think the constant fucking Jew stuff is annoying. And I gotta tell you, I kind of agree. And I literally did a Twitter space last night for 2 hours where we were talking about socialism in the JQ. I didn't see you guys showing up for that. Recording is on my timeline. You want me talking about that? Go listen to it. But I can't be talking about this shit all day, every day, because it is a monumental distraction from what I'm supposed to be doing. And a lot of people in my audience find it annoying. Carlin is doing Nick and the Groypers a tremendous favor with almost no incentives. Yeah, that's actually, well, I mean, look, I don't know how much of a favor I'm doing to Nick and the Groypers. I really don't. I don't know if you can say that I'm doing Nick and the Groypers a tremendous favor. I will say that it is correct that there are no incentives for me to align myself with Nick and the Groypers. Beyond the fact that I agree with Nick and I think he's important and I think he plays a very important role. And I like the Groypers and I think they're funny and I think they're smart and I think they're interesting to watch. So like I guess there are incentives, but in terms of like audience incentive, it's probably not going to grow my audience at all. It's actually probably going to diminish my audience in terms of like incentive for getting my stuff out there. Do you guys know how many blacklists I've been put on just by speaking up about like, you know, being friends with Nick or like going to AFPAC or like any of these things? Like, do you guys have any idea how many blacklists I put myself on doing that? All these people who say like, you're just clout chasing, it's like, what fucking clout? I already have my own platform. I already am doing my own thing. Would I like more people to see my work? Sure. But this isn't really my audience, and I know that. I'm just doing it because I think it's the right thing to do. And I think that Nick got fucked over by the system, and I have a really soft spot for like underdogs. I have a soft spot for people who've been fucked over by the conservative right. But you're right, there aren't like a whole lot of like practical real world incentives. I get to talk to Nick in a Twitter space, maybe if I have something interesting to say. Hey, I would have a conversation with Nick any day. I don't know if that's it, if that is actually like a practical. It's a fun thing maybe, but Is it practical? I don't know. Yeah, well, this is what I'm working on with the re-education series. So literally, I'm trying to do this right now. Have I ever thought about making a trailer of one of your sessions with you pontificating so it can be reposted? I mean, I make clips all the time. I make clips. Reagan's making clips now. There's a whole bunch of clips on the Substack. Like, all that stuff takes a tremendous amount of time. Like, I'm not a good video editor. Like, you guys see the intro to the, like, it's one of the most basic, like, videos ever just because I threw it together just to have something. I can swap stuff out in it, like... But video editing takes a metric ton of time. I don't have time to edit videos and write and do graphic design because I do all the graphic design, social media posts, streams, preparing for streams. Preparing for streams is a whole other thing. It's like, at some point, something's got to give, you know? It's like, I'm trying to do the best I can and keep up with as much as I can. Doing merch for my store, promoting the merch for my store. I don't promote my merch nearly enough. I could be making so much more money if I was promoting my merch more, honestly. Which is why I do not expect Groypers to come and consume my content, which is why Groypers will absolutely not be dictating the direction of my content. No offense. But you don't get a say here. You just said you've given me $10. There are people who've given me thousands of dollars. There are people who've given me tens of thousands of dollars. I consider it a favor because Nick is banned from YouTube. You're expanding his audience. Maybe, well, I mean, that's true as I'm streaming Nick's stuff on YouTube and I don't know how many people are actually doing that, but, you know, I guess. I think Nick would agree with you. The left is rebelling against the Jews. Like, yeah, I mean, well, yeah, that's a whole other thing. But again, that's not a conversation that Nick and I are going to have right now and maybe not even have ever because he's rightfully focused on other things, you know? I listened to that space last night and it was really interesting and good. Other people were reasonable and everyone talked respectfully. Yeah, one would have thought it's actually a good thing for people to talk respectfully. One would have thought it's actually a good thing for people to share ideas and share information they have. But no, James Lindsay's followers have to fucking insult me and demean me for daring to speak up and cause all sorts of fucking problems where there didn't need to be any fucking problem. I mean, to do what? Like, I mean, I don't like to do what? And like it doesn't he just have like young men working for him? Like, I mean, I guess Lauren Witzke, but like to do what? Like, I mean, I don't even know. Also, there is a question of like, with that, would I actually want to do that? I don't know. Well, go tell him that then, I guess. Oh, bro, shut the fuck up. You just keep saying stupid thing after stupid thing after stupid thing. There are many people with bigger platforms than Nick. I know you guys don't want to hear that, but that's actually the truth. There are many people with larger platforms than Nick that I could have cozied up to. I chose not to. A, because I mostly like being on my own, but B, because the reason I'm cozying up to Nick is I actually fucking like Nick and I think Nick is funny and I like the Groypers and I think the Groypers are funny. Like, it's not fucking about clout. It never was. If it was about clout, I would go cozy up to someone with a much bigger platform. Can I post some of your clips from Substack? Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course you can. Tag me in them when you do. I'll retweet them. 5 months ago, I thought Nick was a supremacist. Then I started watching his stuff with Carlin, and now I consider myself a groiper, and I repent passing judgment on him. Yeah, and you actually are a young man of groiper age, too, so. So look, you got one. You got one new groiper. I think Alex just made an order from the store. That's pretty rad. Thank you, Alex, for your purchases. Appreciate you, bro. No, I don't want. I could absolutely get on Tim Pool's show if I wanted to, and I really don't want to. I could absolutely do it if I wanted to. I know that. 100%. And I just don't want to. I don't want to talk to him. I think he's stupid. I think he would demean my work. I think it would not present well. I think I'd end up getting in an argument with him. I don't think he knows what he's talking about, but he has that kind of like hubris of someone who, I am famous on the internet and I have millions of subscribers and therefore I know everything about everything, when he doesn't know shit. Not about this. So yeah, I know I could get on his show if I wanted to. And no, I have no desire to go. I have no desire. I feel like I wouldn't get a word in edgewise. I feel like I'd just be called fat and ugly the entire time. No one would listen to a word I had to say. If anyone knows Carlin, she's remained grassroots funded for a reason. It would have been much easier to sell out. As a matter of fact, that's what James Lindsay did. Yeah, that's exactly right. If it were about clout, that I would have been kissing up to James this entire time. And Lord knows there was a time several years ago when I kissed up to James, but not in a long ass time. I tried to work with him. He didn't want to work with me. An anti-hero is the hero of a story that is willing to use the methods of a villain to achieve heroic ends. So, I consider myself to be an anti-hero. I said from the beginning of the year, 2024 is going to be the year of the anti-hero. I called Nick an anti-hero too. I think Nick is an anti-hero. I think Nick is performing an anti-hero role. That's why I have an anti-hero t-shirt in my store right now. Let's see. I like the green on green the best. I think it looks cool. But the whole point of an anti-hero is that an anti-hero will use less than honorable means to achieve like heroic ends. So you might think they're a villain. They're willing to do stuff that other people aren't willing to do. But they do have noble goals. But other people might not see it at the time, so they might seem like they have a villain when they don't realize that this person is actually trying to do what is required to win. Yeah, Tim's audience would be jerks. That's exactly right. No, it's all the same though. It's all the same. I don't want to do any of it. Listen, man, like I was on all the shows in 2020. I was on everything basically. And I was so miserable. And it's all used against me now is the thing. Literally every single show that I was on in 2020, they would take a picture of me or like and like those pictures are all used against me today. Like literally every single time I've involved myself in any of these things, it is always and perpetually used against me. And it's like, why do I even bother? And maybe that's not even just true of me. Maybe that's true of everyone, but like I was so miserable. Yeah, for real. And you know exactly how well that would go. Going on Tim's show would probably be worse than not going on. That's how I feel about it. Yeah, that's how I feel about it too. That is how I feel about it. Carl, you're literally getting a timeout. Like, I cannot even deal with you, bro. I can't. And I think that of like all the shows, it's like my content is really hard to explain. It's hard for people to wrap their heads around. And if people don't like I go on Mel K's show. Mel K understands my content. Mel K and her husband watch my content. Mel K and her husband were like religious viewers of Socialism Saturday. I can sit down and have a conversation with Mel K because she knows my content and she's able to direct her questions in a way that are actually effective. And then she knows the WEF stuff way better than I do. And so we're able to have a dialogue. And that's why shows that I've done with Mel K have been successful because I'm not being called fat and ugly by her audience because her audience doesn't care about that. I know this might be hard for people to believe, but there are actually audiences on the internet that don't do that bullshit. So I'm not demeaned for my looks or any of that. People actually listen because Mel K has got them interested in these topics because she's really into them. And so it's like a show like Mel K, that's fucking beautiful. Even my friend Eric Matheny with Bob and Eric Save America. Listen, they might be MAGA boomers. They are a little bit. I love Eric to death. Just a really good dude. We disagree on some things right now. It's all right. We're allowed to disagree. But like, Eric has followed my stuff. He's been so supportive of me for years. He knows what I'm doing. Like, we've had many conversations about it. That's why I go on his show. Bob is a supporter of my work. Like, I go on his shows. They know what I'm doing, and then we can have a conversation, right? But it's just like a lot of these influencers, it's just all about things that I don't find appealing. And like, especially with Tim's audience, Tim is captured by his own audience. And it's just like, it's so obvious to see that. And I feel like if I went on that show, it would just be me getting insulted for several hours. I wouldn't actually be able to talk about my content anyway. I wouldn't be able to talk about my ideas anyway. I'm not going to be able to play clips. I'm not going to be able to walk people through it. Tim's going to be asking dumb questions because he thinks he understands this stuff, but he doesn't. He's going to get pissed off at me. I'm going to get pissed off at him. We're going to end up getting into a fucking fight. Then it's going to be on the internet. It's all going to be my fault because I'm the woman. And so it will all be, and I'm fat and ugly, remember? And so therefore everything is my fault. You know? Nick will never betray you. He's a good friend and you're awesome. I really hope that's true. I'm really like, I really, really, really hope this is true. I really hope it's true. I would be lying if I said I wasn't worried about this. Let me get some water. Hang on. Oh, I have one more water left. I'm losing my voice, but I feel like we're having a good chat, so drink the rest of my beer. I would be lying if I said that I wasn't worried about Nick at some point denouncing me or like betraying me or the Groypers turning on me in a real way. The Groypers have turned on me before when I've said things they don't like and then it blows over and like whatever. Maybe I block some of them for a little bit of time, but you know, we always come back. But I would be lying if I said that I wasn't worried about this, and I don't want to be worried about it, and I don't want to think that Nick would do that because I do think that Nick, for all of his, you know, I won't even say faults, for all the things you can say about Nick, I do feel like Nick has a moral compass. And I feel like he has integrity. But I'm a girl. I'm older. It's not like I'm really doing anything like of value in what he's doing. It's not like I'm like not a griper. I'm very easily expendable is my thing. And so Nick would lose nothing by like, you know, casting me aside, as it were. He's lost a lot more with other people. So I'd be lying if I said that I wasn't worried about this at some point. Like, it's like, you know, I've looked into some of the beefs that he's had online, and I think a lot of them are bullshit. And so I think that's part of the reason why I've gone along with it is that, like, I legitimately think that, like, the people who have beef with Nick, it's bullshit. Like, I watched all of Jaden's videos about Nick when Jaden first kind of left and, like, did all his thing. And I watched Jaden on, like, Kino Casino with that other guy that left. And, like, you know, I'm an industrial organizational psychologist. I know how to sniff out bullshit when people have problems with their employees, in this case, who happens to also be their friends. I know how to sniff out the bullshit. And so I was always very skeptical, and Jaden is just psychotic. I'm sorry. Jaden is psychotically obsessed with Nick. So I'm not saying that I think that these things were necessarily Nick's fault in the way that they're presented, because I don't. But I do think that what Nick and I do have in common is that Nick and I are not afraid to burn bridges. It is very obvious that Nick is not afraid to burn bridges. He has his own thing. He doesn't really need anyone else. I'm also not afraid to burn bridges. I burn bridges all the time. I actually think burning bridges is great. Because burning bridges makes it very, very clear what the fucking boundary is. And so it's one of those things where, like, I genuinely hope this doesn't happen. I really, really don't. I don't want it to happen because I have put myself on many blacklists by sticking up for Nick and aligning with the gripers. And I just really don't want to be in a position where I'm like, oh yeah, another one shit the bed. Oh great. Yeah, another group of people that I align with just shit the bed. Like, great. And it's of all people like Nick Fuentes and the Gripers. Like, you guys have got to admit that I am taking a risk by doing this, right? You guys really know that, right? Like, I wouldn't be doing it if I didn't think it was correct. But, like, man, it is a little bit risky. I hope it doesn't happen. Anyway, I'm just scrolling through the chat. Yeah, Tim Pool thinks Chase Oliver is a communist. Tim Pool is a fucking retard. Hang on, I'm just reading through the chat, guys. Give me a second to peruse. I know you guys have been chatting in. True knowledge seekers and addicts of truth of all corners of the political and social landscape are rare. Your work is very good, and no one I've seen is doing anything similar. Hey, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, that's very true. There's no one on the internet doing the work I'm doing. I appreciate that. Oh God, Phil Labonte would have this is one of those rare moments where I'm like, maybe I should try to go on Tim Pool, because Phil Labonte would have a fucking meltdown. Yeah, There aren't many real human beings on the internet. That is for damn sure. He never betrayed his longtime friends. He is always betrayed first, like by Jaden and Jake Lloyd. I don't even know who Jake Lloyd is. I know obviously who Jaden is, but I don't know who Jake Lloyd is. I can understand being leery of people. You've been burned too many times. I've been burned. Burned so many times. Burned by big tech. Because all big tech wanted was to use me and manipulate me to use me against Nick and the Groypers. And it's just like, it really sucks that this is the reality, that you have to make the assumption that everyone on the internet is going to burn you, you know? Oh, stop being so, well, you know, people have told me that I make things harder than they need to be. That's been a frequent theme in my life. That is for sure. Guys, if you're just joining, we're just hanging around chatting right now. Interesting. I didn't feel very worried about Nick. If you don't bother his movement, I think you'll be fine and you're smart about it. I'm never going to go against Nick. Unless Nick does something really outlandish, which I don't think he's going to do, because he puts like a very high premium on just like pragmatism. So I don't I'm just kind of like thinking about like what could actually make me go against Nick. Like, I don't actually think that he would do anything that could make me go against him. Like, if anything, if I don't agree with him, I just keep my mouth shut. Like, and that's, I'm not going to come out in support of everything he says and does. I'll say I disagree, and then I'm going to keep my mouth shut. I might not even say I disagree. Like, it might not even be important enough for me to say I disagree, but I'm certainly not going to argue against him, you know? Is it possible Nick is afraid of this topic because of the allegations? Not saying this is true, but this is something I think most all would agree, but it requires other to read. I don't know what you mean by that. I guess I don't know what you mean. Well, yeah, him and Laura Loomer seem to be flirting on Twitter now, where Laura attacks him, and that was the funniest fucking shit. Laura Loomer today on Twitter attacked Nick, and Nick responded, and he was like, "You're obsessed with me, and I kind of like it." I was like, "Oh no!" I was like, "Oh no, Nick is flirting with Laura Loomer. It's over. It's over. It's so over." Let's see. I'm just scrolling through the chat, guys. Well, I had heard the Groypers were white supremacists, which I now know is untrue. They just believe America should, if I get it, follow a Western European Christian heritage. Yeah, that's effectively correct. Well, this is the thing. Like, Tim Pool would have no fucking idea. Also, Tim Pool hates me. So that's like another factor in this. Tim Pool hates me. Tim Pool has me blocked on Twitter. I was kind of a bitch to him, though. I was a little bit of a bitch. I kind of deserved it. But I was also right in what I was saying. I was correct in what I was saying. But I was a little bit of a bitch about it, so I kind of deserved it. But Tim Pool hates me, so that'd be like another factor in the equation. Let's see. Nick didn't throw Baked Alaska under the bus, even when Baked was macing people on camera. But didn't they have, like... Wasn't, like... What the fuck happened with Baked Alaska? Wasn't he, like, on Big Tech's show or something, and then he got a text from Nick saying, like, fuck you or something? Was it because it was, like, when Big Tech was going at Nick? Which was really dumb, like... And I actually think that there may have been good criticisms that big tech made in turn, like positive points, but he did it in such a fucked up way that like Nick wasn't going to process that. Let's see. Anyway. All right, I'm to the chat. I'm to the current place in the chat now. We've been going for a little while, guys. I'm obviously losing my voice rather severely because I yelled for a little while there. But I want to thank people for hanging out and for chatting with me, letting me work through some feelings. Nick's show should be on. Has Nick started his show yet? Baked was shitting on Nick, calling him a bad leader while also conspiring with Milo. Oh, right. That's what happened. That's what happened. Baked Alaska wanted to meet Kanye, and there was some. That's right. Oh, he's taking the night off. No stream? Okay, well, that's good. Oh, that's right. It's Nick's birthday. Well, on Sunday, it's Nick's birthday. I didn't make it to the end of the show last night, all right? All right, well, I hope he's having a good birthday. I can still wrap up the stream, though. Some immigrants dared Bake to say the N-word one more time at the gas station, what he did, prompting in the content spray being deployed. Yeah. All right. Well, it's probably good that Nick doesn't have a show tonight because I can do other stuff, not watching him. All right. Well, I appreciate everyone hanging out with me. We'll do Socialism Saturday at 6 p.m. tomorrow. We will be watching part 2 of Marxism and the State from Red May. We already got some good clips from the last one. We got Capitalism is Literally a Death Machine from the last one. So that was pretty great. And yeah, I appreciate you guys letting me work out some feelings. Sorry we didn't get through the full presentation, but I was just like, but maybe we'll do the rest another time. I appreciate you all. Andrew, you're awesome. Never forget. Thank you, Andrew. I appreciate you. Thank you. All right, guys. Mount the like button on the way out the door. I'll see you tomorrow. Take care. Have a good one. We'll see you soon.